should be live now.
Do you want to just plug this into your?
We're already live. So what we can do is.
I mean, when we do the speeches.
So what is this? So that's that would be the.
This would go here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that when it's speech time. All right, then we get this going. All right, everybody. So we are going live now. We're going to be doing some interviews, and then we just going to do a mic check here. So thank you all for listening to me. I want to make sure that you can hear me okay. Mic check here. Mic check here. Mic check. Mic check. And read that. We can't play with that. Once it's set, it's set. Once we go live, it goes insane when we. All right, I rely on the members here. Everybody, you tell me if you can hear me okay. All right, we've got. People are already talking shit in the chat. took them 5 seconds. I love it. Boy. All right, let's see. This internet's already fizzling out.
Okay, so
We're ready.
this is Mr. Watts.
Hello.
How
Dean
are you,
Watts
sir?
And you are?
Fred Minnick.
Fred, I saw that name on somewhere
Yes,
on the.
you did. You
Probably
did.
probably a help or a wanted sign in the post office.
It was.
It was.
It was.
And so, Mr. Watts is one of our inductees,
That's
and
right.
Fred's going to take it away. And
thank
when
you.
when you're done, we're going to go ahead and get some pictures of you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll look you up.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Judge Executive, I'm going to have you right here, and I'm going to go ahead and get some.
Move that behind that.
What's that?
If you can move that table,
We
like right in behind this barrier.
we've been playing.
Okay,
with it,
so we get you.
yeah. So you get right here.
Okay, I'm
You're
good.
right.
No, that's perfect.
Good,
Then.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, let me get you that up there. All right. So, Judge Executive, congratulations. You're in the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. How does it feel?
It's a great honor, a great award. I look forward to seeing all the rest of our inductees today. I've
Yeah.
been coming to these things as Judge Executive for about ever how many years the event's been going on. And it's really nice to see the families come together and the friends that are supporting the folks that do get inducted. And the inductions are very important to the history of
That's right.
the bourbon industry.
Now, for those, we have viewers all over the world. And when I moved to Kentucky in 2005, I saw people running for judge executive. I was like, oh, is this a lawyer going to be a judge? Well, what's a judge executive? Tell people what a judge executive is.
Okay, judge executive is basically the CEO of the county.
Okay.
Or I try to explain it to city people this way, that they're the mayor of the county.
Yeah.
And he has a legislative body called the fiscal court.
Mm-hmm.
And in Nelson County, there are 5. You can actually have up to 8 magistrates in a county. But we have 5 here in Nelson County, and I first ran in 1993 and retired last year after 28 and a half years as judge. So I went through 11 election cycles, including the primaries and the general election.
Wow.
But you are the CEO of the county.
And if you're in Nelson County, you better get bourbon right.
That's exactly right. Yeah, yes.
If you mess up bourbon and you're the judge executive of Nelson County, You ain't gonna be the judge executive for very,
Very
long.
long, exactly. And of course, growing up here, you have my grandfather was a moonshiner, and then I used to hear tales about Grandpa making. He and his brother would make the moonshine, and he had another brother that would run it to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was a think about it. No interstates back in the 30s, 20s,
Right.
20s and 30s, and that always piqued my interest. I wonder why they went all the way to Chicago. Well, you get a premium price.
Right.
You know, as a little kid, you hear that story, you don't ask those questions, and then all of a sudden you put it all together.
Did you get in the family trade? Did you run a little moonshine yourself?
And no, I have not.
Now the
And,
statute of limitations is passed, so it's okay. It's okay. You can say it.
you know, it's very dangerous to make moonshine and not know what you do. You can actually get poisoned.
Yeah, that's right.
And when Grandpa, he made sure he told us all that stuff too. So I didn't want to get in trouble. But it always interests me how, you know, the little pipes that go round and around. I mean, these were literally what you see on TV, on the TV
Right.
shows, the little pipes. And I do think that Grandpa was trying to instill to us the importance of the bourbon business in Nelson County,
Mm-hmm.
because so many of our relatives have worked in the bourbon business. Heaven Hill, Barton's, and various distilleries back in the day, Shinley,
Mm-hmm.
and several of them.
Now, when you started as judge executive, the bourbon world was kind of tired. It was beginning to make its comeback. How much change did you see in your time here?
A lot of change. You know, we added 4 new distilleries, but just as important were the new distilleries were important, but I guess the reinvestment of local distilleries like
Mm-hmm.
Heaven Hill and Jim Beam and Barton's making hundreds of millions of dollars in major investment over the years. Probably created anywhere from 700 to 1,000 jobs. On top of that, the support jobs that come along, the construction business. You know, Busey
Right.
Construction now has about 500 to 600 employees
Mm-hmm.
building warehouses and doing other parts of the distilleries that are important. So those jobs are important as well as the distilleries jobs. And if you worked at a distillery when we were growing up, nobody left. You were there till you retired.
Right.
And that's kind of going away a little bit because, you know,
Right.
the younger generation is moving around. But I have a brother that actually worked at one of the distilleries 44 years.
Wow.
44 years.
Now, you were also judge executive during the Heaven Hill fire.
I was.
What was that like?
It was scary because actually I have a relationship with Heaven Hill. I worked for one of their other companies. It was a dry good business. I don't know if you know the history of Heaven Hill and the Shapiro family. I worked for Max's father, Ed.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the store every day.
Wow.
And he would drop Max off at the plant at Heaven Hill and then come uptown and work in the store for an hour or so, and then he'd come back at lunchtime and check the receipts, and then at 5 o'clock before he went back to Louisville, he would check the receipts again. And then I worked with Max's uncle George and Max's uncle Dave, and what a great education they provided just by listening and
Yeah.
learning. And not just in the retail dry good business, but about life in general.
All right, I'm gonna put you on the spot here.
Okay?
Do you have a favorite bourbon from Nelson County?
Do I have a favorite bourbon? As long as it's chilled. I like my bourbon in
Oh.
a refrigerator or freezer.
Really? Okay.
And you don't use any ice.
Mm-hmm.
And you do a double shot. There's no use doing a single shot. And once you do that, most of them are all smooth once you chill them a little bit. It takes
Okay.
you know, bourbon has a tendency to burn just a little bit.
That Kentucky hug, right? Going on down.
Yeah, but see, you can mellow that down a little bit by the chilling of it, and that makes it so much better. And I'll be honest with you, I keep a couple of different bourbons in my. I have a chill chamber that keeps my beer. I'm a beer drinker as well.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us that like the double shots, we're beer drinkers, so we do the double shot first when the wife's not looking, and then drink the beer.
That's awesome. Well, do you have any idea of like what the future of Nelson County is for bourbon? What's your thought?
Well, I think bourbon's going to continue to be strong because most certainly Jim Beam and Heaven Hill and the others are banking on it, building new warehouses and plans to continue to build warehouses. Heaven Hill's building a new distillery. Have you been to the new distillery yet?
Yes, sir.
It's
Yeah.
massive.
Yeah.
It's massive, and I think it's important to note that a lot of the distilleries, Heaven Hill, Barton, Jim Beam, the big ones, they're diversified in other spirits.
That's right.
And I think that will help in the long term not to have the down cycle in local economy because of the workforce.
Right.
And so I'm excited about that, and I wish them the best.
Awesome. Well, Judge Executive, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you
the
so much.
induction into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame.
Appreciate that.
Cheers,
God
my
bless you.
friend.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to have interviews with folks throughout the morning as we go into the speeches. We're also going to have all the speeches, and among the people speaking is going to be Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. So stay tuned. We're going to be here all morning, and we're going to have more folks coming in. But get your questions in. So I'm going to be, my computer monitor's over here. So if you all want to drop your questions in, you can ask me anything while we're kind of waiting on folks. And you can also just ask the folks question. Yeah, we're ready for the next one.
Lynn and Molly, Fred's ready for you. And then Fred, do you have a keys to your car? I need to keep your car.
Oh, I'm so.
That's okay. We just
sorry.
have.
Yeah. I meant to move it earlier.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right.
Hey, by the way, I love your dress.
Fred, Wally Dan.
Good to see
Hey,
you.
Nice to see you.
How
too.
are you?
Lynn Dan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Charles Dan.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So if we're going to get you in tight because we've got one one microphone here. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
And the sun, we're trying to use this
Yeah,
little
I
pillar
got it.
here
Yeah,
to
yeah.
try and. But you look
Yep.
good. It looks he's getting the brunt of it over here.
Yeah, that's right.
But
I can take it.
you're
Come
tough.
on in.
So congratulations for hosting the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame here.
Well,
You're
thank you.
pretty excited about it.
Very excited about it. Yep.
This is an amazing venue to host it for sure.
Well, thank you. A lot of hard work by a lot of people put this up.
It's an amazing facility. I'll tell you, like on the drive in, it's so gorgeous. Like every homestead and the roads are. I don't know. In Louisville, we have the worst roads.
Right.
So anytime I'm on a nice, smooth paved road for a long period of time, I'm like, wow, how do they do this here? You know?
It is beautifully tucked away in the knobs here.
It's
Yeah.
gorgeous,
Yeah.
and the signage is good too. Like it's not like Maker's Mark; you get lost 5 times, you know, going to Maker's.
Well, they could be a little bit larger, but yeah, we're happy with this.
This is great.
Yeah.
Now you also your amphitheater, you draw a lot of music acts like
We do.
Ella King,
Mhm,
who's
yeah.
huge.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm really into music,
I know you are.
so
We're gonna be there.
that's
you're
you're gonna be at Bourbon and Beyond.
We'll be at Bourbon and
Awesome.
Beyond, yeah.
Come say hi. It's right. You guys got whiskey there, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, get people to vote for Blind Bourbon because you can be up for the best in show.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're hoping
We're
to
hoping.
be selected. Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
So tell us what's going on. What do you got cooking?
Well, we just released our 5th District Series 2 bourbon, and
Okay.
that was curated by Lynn, so she can tell you all about that one.
Yeah, so it's a nice 8-year high rye bourbon. High rye is something that the dancer, at least the 3 of us and our generations before us really prefer as far as bourbons. So this is a nice 8-year that we finished in a 2nd toasted barrel. And
Nice.
it's got some really nice notes of cherry and smoke and
Toasted barrels are all a craze.
They are all
Yeah.
People
crazy.
love them.
yeah, we played around with a couple different variations, and
Mhm.
all 3 of us were unanimous on the one we selected. So we're pretty excited about it, and
Awesome.
continuing to.
Any new Monk's Roads coming out in the next anytime soon?
We'll have a rye whiskey early next year. That'll be our mash bill.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
So so we're pretty excited to get that bottled soon and out.
Where do you get your grains? Are you getting your grains from area farmers here?
A large percentage of them. Both of our corn farmers are on just to the east and west of our campus. Some of the property out here is our corn, so we have
Okay.
a very small footprint on that. We also get some wheat and rye from this area.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I want to see if we got any questions coming in. A lot of people saying they would love to visit. Someone's asked if you've already had bourbon for breakfast.
Not at this time.
When
It's still early.
when do you normally start tasting? I don't like to start tasting until about 11 o'clock. Some people like doing it early. I'm not a big early morning taster.
We're usually in the afternoon.
I'd say we usually
Afternoon.
go right
Yeah.
after lunch. Yeah.
And I always, like, my wife travels a lot, so anytime she's traveling, I don't taste. Like, I don't want to, in case I have
Yeah.
to. My kids, I'm always having to go in to pick them up for fighting or something.
Yeah,
So,
well, there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we taste outside one of the office kitchens, and we have a ban on like cooking anything in the kitchen or doing any cleaning
That's
in the
good.
room. Yeah, we keep it pretty clean and free.
I,
of all
I hate
other
it when someone wears
sensory-
cologne or like heavy deodorant.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you can't do that. In a
No,
taste.
I know.
Right.
No, that's right.
No scented candles.
No. All right, so you all ask any questions you all have here. We have the Dant family. We're at the Log Still Distillery. This is where they're hosting the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. This facility, I wish I could pan the camera around, but we're kind of like, the way we got it all set up, I'm afraid if I move anything, I'll break the feed. So, but it's beautiful, and I also have to compliment you on your internet. Most places don't have good internet for something like this.
Thank you.
That's
We
a
have-
big deal.
That is
We
a
have a
big
team
deal.
that works very hard.
But-
We laid a lot of fiber when we first started.
Yeah. I mean, they would have to come out here specifically for you all. But if you're working with musicians, you got to have that.
You gotta have it. Oh yeah.
Right.
So, who are some of the acts that you all are excited about coming up here?
Oh, we have Big and Rich this weekend.
Oh,
so
nice.
that'll be a good show.
On Friday. Yep. Then following that, we got Scotty McCreery. We've got Third Eye Blind. They'll be here, and then we kind of end the season on a hip hop note. So we've got Nappy Roots at the end of the season.
Oh, I love Nappy Roots.
yeah,
Yeah.
So it'll be a
Yeah.
pretty fun event.
Nappy Roots is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're excited to have them.
But Third Eye Blind, I mean, they're huge.
They're huge. Yeah. So we're
You
looking
all
forward to
can
that.
hold 3,500. How many people can you hold?
About
in?
2,300.
2,300.
So
Okay.
at any point from our stage, you're really 50 yards at the furthest point. So it's really an intimate experience that, one, the artists enjoy because they just generally don't get
Yeah.
to see that, and then two, our audience really loves it because they're up close and personal.
Well, Kentucky, we need like a Red Rocks, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
like that's why I feel like
Yep.
you all are.
Hopefully
You
filling
are
that
filling that void there.
We had
you know.
we had Lady A here last Friday, and Charles from the group got down and walked among the crowd,
Wow.
and he's been one of several artists that have done that. So
I
it's
mean,
it really is. As
Ella
Wally
King,
described it.
Ella King is like one of my favorites.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, I have actually not seen her live. I want to get her on my show, but I love her voice.
And she loves bourbon, by the way.
Yeah.
So there you
She'd
go.
probably be a good one.
She'd be a great.
I bet
Yeah.
you she's ornery too when she
Yeah,
has
she might be. She might be.
All right, so you all get your questions in if you have any questions. Looks like Nick Anderson, he's saying he would like to visit. So let's tell Nick why he should visit Log Still.
Well, we're on our old historic distillery site, so DSP number 47. We were able to get that back, and what we've tried to do is make us a different kind of distillery destination. And so we've got live music, whether that's at the amphitheater or in our tasting room. We've got trains that drop people off. Nobody else does that. And we've got a fishing lake, and so to the extent that you can take your family out here, and some of them can't taste bourbon, like they want to go fishing, they can do that. They can stay on campus. We've got 6 bed and breakfasts here now. So we've tried
Wait,
to.
you have 6 bed and breakfasts?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, about 22 rooms. So depending on if you're doubling up, we can hold up to 50 some odd guests.
wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Some really nice 1800 buildings that have been refurbished, taken down to the studs and redone, and then we have some really neat lodge kind of
That's awesome.
homes, and yeah.
So I just had the judge executive on, and we are always talking about like the state of bourbon, where it's going. What's your take on what the state of bourbon is right now?
Well, everybody always asks, when's the boom gonna
I know
bust,
why
right?
people like have this fascination, like they want us jobless or something,
Well, I think probably with the housing crash and a lot, I think people are a little leary of that.
But they've been talking about the end of the bourbon boom for 10 years. I feel like it's been a
Yeah.
long. They've been doing it for a long time.
Well, you continue to look at the investments, and we're a small player in this space, but you look at the investments that the big 6 are making, and you go, well, obviously they know something.
Right.
And if we continue to do that as an industry, we're continuing to bring in, KDA is continuing to bring in new members, and we haven't even met the demand here in America, right? And so to the extent that we can continue to push overseas, I think you're going to continue to see all of us kind of do that. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Wally, I have to compliment you. I would say if there was an award for best hair in the industry, I think you'd win it.
All right, well there you go.
In the men's category.
Yeah, well, you know, I have to say something about your ascot. You are the man when it comes to that. So.
And the only person wearing them. You know, no one wants to wear these damn things.
It sets you
But,
apart. It sets you apart, Fred. It's a
you know,
good touch.
It hides my neck. No one needs to see my neck.
I don't know about
But
that.
it's really great. It's really great to be here, and I know this is my first time here. I've tried to get here a couple times, but when you have two young kids, just everything changes. Like I can't. My schedule's insane, and as it is, but it's so good to be here.
Well, thank
I
you.
love what you all are doing, and I've been a fan of Monk's Road. I think that's good whiskey. So you all are doing it right. So I really appreciate you all
thank you, Fred.
hosting out here.
No, appreciate you being
Thanks
out
very
here
much,
today. Thank
Fred.
you
We're
very
excited
much.
to have you out
Well,
here live streaming. And
It's
a
my
nice
honor.
touch.
And now, food-wise, do you all have like an active kitchen? Like, can people come here for dinner? Or?
Yeah, well, so we've got a full commercial kitchen here. So our executive chef, which is Dave Danielson, if you know, I think you might know
Mhm.
Dave. And so depending, like during the concerts, like this weekend at Big and Rich, we'll have what we call our summer supper series. And so before the show, you can come out and actually have dinner, and then go to a show. And then for B&Bs, you know, you can have chef's dinner and things of that nature. Now, every day we're actually, you can see through that window, we're actually constructing our restaurant. So that'll probably be ready, hopefully before Derby. So, you know, that'll be another destination place
That's
for
awesome.
people to come.
And of course, Chef Danielson was the former executive chef for Churchill Downs.
Yep, for 12 years.
Probably a far less stressful job. I can guarantee you that.
That's
He's having a lot of fun. He really
Yeah.
get to experiment a lot, and we are the beneficiaries of those
Yeah,
experiments.
fine beneficiary.
I hear you there. Well, thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
very
coming
much,
on.
Fred,
And
yeah.
Thanks,
you know,
Fred. It's great to
honor having
chat
Nice
with
meeting you, Fred.
Appreciate
You too,
being out
sir.
here.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
All right. Enjoy your day.
Take care.
Thank y'all.
Where y'all
Come
sitting?
back and see us.
Can we over there?
Over there, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep. And anytime you want to come out.
Good thing we're better equipped to follow. How you doing, Lynn?
Well, my kids love fishing, so
All right, yeah.
thank you, sir. So once again, we are at the Log Still Distillery, and this place is absolutely beautiful. If you, what am I doing? Go down. Yep. This place is absolutely beautiful. If you can get a chance to come out here, let's come out here. You know, get out here. You can do fishing. You can stay here. But we're here live streaming the Bourbon Hall of Fame, getting in a few interviews before we actually start recording the speeches. So if you have any questions for me or in general, please go ahead and ask them. But we're ready for the next one if someone wants to. Okay.
Pete Kamer.
How are you, sir?
Doing great.
Thank you for coming. I'll have
Ready
you.
to start here?
Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and get you set up here. There you are. Come on over here.
Okay.
I'll bring that down for you a little bit.
Okay.
Well, you don't have your badge yet.
Oh, okay.
Do you have your badge? Did they give you a badge? when
They
you walked
haven't.
in?
I just walked in. They told me to walk on up here. So
Oh, okay.
I'm
All
Pete
right.
Kamer. So
Well, I know exactly who you are, sir, and you are a very important person in the bourbon world. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For entering the Bourbon Hall of Fame. Now you are coming at it from like an industrial point of view and like servicing the bourbon industry. I'm curious, how has the design of distilleries changed? Because you walk into an old distillery, you can see these pipes, they're getting less and less. There's fewer and fewer. Like, it seems like they're getting a little bit more finite. So
we may have gotten better at hiding them too. The change I've seen over 45 years is instrumentation's improved tremendously.
Okay.
To a large extent, engineering has come in, and that may be the reason some of the pipes have gotten a little smaller. We've been able to size stuff to be exactly what you need and not a whole lot more, and try to optimize and make the system more efficient. So those are some things I've seen really change over the years.
Yeah, do you know Ed Foote?
Oh, surely.
Former-
Ed started with me back at Seagram's many years ago.
So, Ed is one of my heroes, and I've spent a lot of time with him. And I remember talking to him about when they first built Bernheim, and like how much he's like, those engineers, they just built everything up, you know, and he liked everything spread out. So it's always made me wonder, like, do distillers have like their own particular style of how they like things built?
Every distiller wants something different.
Yeah.
And people said, oh, well, you've done 20 or 30 of these already. They ought to be just, you already have it in a drawer. But no, the first thing we sit down and do is we start talking to the distiller and find out what they want to do and how they want to do it. And then you start designing the equipment and trying to help select the equipment that'll make them be successful at what they want to do. So some want to build up, some want spread out, some want a lot colder fermentation temperature, some want to do it as fast as they can and as warm as they can. So we tailor everything to what they want.
Will you upgrade, or are you mostly like helping them from scratch?
Everything under the sun.
Yeah.
I've started with some distilleries, even helping them find sites, and then I've gone to the other extreme where I've come back in and people have had distilleries built and they're completely in the ditch. And they're not making good stuff, they're not making it efficiently, and you go in and start trying to help, get them back on the rails.
So I've heard these stories about a distiller having a particular pipe or a fermenter or a still that had been making their whiskey for years. It's time to replace it, and there'd be a dent in there, and they'd want the dent replicated in the new facilities. Do you have any stories like that?
I have lots of stories, and I kind of chuckle at some of them too. Some of them, it's their lucky rabbit's foot or their horseshoe or whatever. It makes them feel comfortable. Some of it is, some fluff, or it's their story or whatever. But I kind of chuckle at some of the stories, but some of them have a root in it.
But you're a man of science. How is that stuff true?
Some of it is.
Okay.
Some of it is that when you start digging down into it, you find out the reason why they did things that they did was because something wasn't available, or the height wasn't there, or there was a reason why they did things. When you really dig into what's going on, and some of it is just it's the way we always did it, and so be it. And really, maybe it has an effect, maybe it doesn't. I'll leave that to the guy who's behind the bottle.
Have the materials changed that you use to build a distillery?
Yeah. Stainless steel has really come along. It was come along when I started getting into the business 45 years ago. Before it was copper. We're seeing a lot more efficiency when they're designing things like boilers and cooling towers. They've gotten a little smaller. They're getting more energy efficient, and that helps make things work better.
So any engineers in the chat today, get your questions in. We're talking to Pete Kamer, of course, a master engineer in this world of distilling. So if you have any questions, get them in for me so I can ask them. But do you have a favorite project, or a project that, I wouldn't say your favorite because they're all your babies, right? But can you give us a story of a project you worked on that you don't have an NDA on?
That's the trouble. Some of the stuff is I can't disclose that today is Wednesday.
Yeah.
But it's like trying to pick your favorite children.
Yeah.
Some of them stand out, as this one right here at Log Still turned out absolutely beautiful. It was a job that I really wanted to do. The first one I worked at was Pogue when I first started my business in Maysville, and just a wonderful family, still friends with them. Another one is my son Tony's runs Deluxe Road Distilleries, and he was working for Busick, and we worked together a little bit on the Bardstown Bourbon project.
Okay.
And then when Luxco came along and wanted the distillery, Tony was going to be the engineer with Busick, and I was going to be the process engineer. So it's fun working with my son.
Wow.
Turns out Luxco hires him, and now he's their man. So I still, when the phone rings and it's Tony, I still answer the phone.
That's awesome. That's
So,
absolutely awesome.
just tons of them. I loved working for Copper and Kings. They were wonderful people. Loved working for the Peerless, and I hate to go on. I've done and worked for 100 different people, so you always leave somebody out. But I really enjoyed working for almost all of them.
And you drink bourbon.
Oh yes, Myriad Pepper was wonderful. Loved working for him. So I could sit here and rattle names off, and I'm horrible with names. So, but just have loved almost every job I've been on.
That's awesome. Well, looks like we do have any MacGyver kind of like this question comes from Matt in the chat. He wants to know if you have any MacGyver stories of like patching something together.
Yeah. Going farther back in history, when I started at Barton, there wasn't a whole lot of money, so a lot of things got used until they were absolutely, completely, totally wore out.
Yeah.
There was days you put patches on stills with DevCon, and there's been more than a few days where you put stuff together with baling wire or whatever you could do just to get to Saturday to do, to a maintenance period without shutting the distillery down. So
Wow.
I can't think of any right now, but I guarantee it definitely happens, and it happens all the time. I'm sure it happens in all industries. You want to keep running until you can get to a
Sure.
maintenance period.
So I know at Buffalo Trace they still have like these old wooden belts from like the 20s that they have to specially order.
Yeah.
Is that pretty common?
Not anymore. A lot of the distilleries have been upgraded, expanded, and repaired and brought up to speed. But one of the things I have on my bookcase is kind of an interesting thing is an applewood bearing that came out of a conveyor at Four Roses plant when I first went up there. It's one of the first distilleries I worked in, and we were replacing that conveyor. So it was a very interesting piece to find, and I've kept it for all these years.
Oh, that's awesome. So we have any other questions here? How do you feel about coaching folks through trade-offs between efficiency and quality? This question comes from Nick Anderson. It sounds like an engineering question.
Yeah, you're always always coaching, and what I try to do is present to the owner, the operator. Okay, we can do this, and it'll cost you this much, or we can do this, and maybe the quality doesn't shift at all or doesn't shift. And what I usually try to get them to do is we don't go from A to Z. We go maybe just one step. Let's just try to move just say temperature a half a degree or 3/10 of a degree, and let's see if we can try.
Okay.
And if that we don't show, we panel it. It doesn't seem okay. Then we move a little bit more, and we move a little bit more. So it's, or you try to show them a product that somebody else is making that is but I know for sure that temperature is this, and we can try that and have confidence that maybe this is worth trying.
Well, thank you so much for your dedication to the bourbon industry and everything you've done to, patch these things together when you didn't have a budget. And then when you did have a budget, build them right.
Okay.
So, and now your son's doing it.
Yeah.
I love that the legacy's carrying on. But congratulations.
And thank you very much,
Bourbon Hall
and
of
thank
Fame.
you for what you do. I enjoy listening and reading your stuff. So.
Oh, I appreciate that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure they give you a tag.
I'll get it.
Yeah. I'll say
I'll get
everyone
tagged.
else, they best give you a tag. It's like a thing. But so we're going to have some more folks come in and make sure that you get those questions in as we are going. My computer's over here. I'll be reviewing those questions. And yeah, looks like people. So go ahead and get those questions in. We are ready for the next one. Hey, Chef. How are you?
How you doing?
Good.
Good to see you.
You too. You staying out of trouble?
So far, yeah. I'm here now. I'm the hospitality sales director.
Right on.
Yeah, so I
It's
was
a good
excited.
gig.
I didn't realize you hadn't been here before.
Yeah, no, I hadn't.
Lynn was really excited. I was like, I think we can.
I'm awful. I'm so
You
bad
get
about
them out. I mean, like.
Having kids, like my life is completely dedicated to their schedules. I
As
feel
it
like.
should be.
And
How old?
9 and 5.
Aw.
9 to 5. Never thought about that one.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's good. This grows every year. I'm excited because I've never been able to attend. So best way to attend is to throw it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You doing a lot for this weekend? And Bourbon and Beyond.
Yeah,
Dear
so
God.
I've got Bourbon and Beyond, but I have a private event with PNC Bank in Baltimore tonight or tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, so I'll have to head on over there to that.
Direct. Okay. Smudgeon's coming on board.
Yeah, we're just waiting. I think we got another one. We got a few more. We're actually in the middle of a live stream too.
Oh, okay.
It's all good. People know. Like people are kind of coming and going. So yeah. Adam, do we have someone else here? Yeah, we're trying to find him. Okay. Stand by. Hello. How are you?
Left my jacket in Louisville. I'm not going back to getting it.
Oh, I wouldn't. Yeah.
No, you
Yeah.
know, I'm out here.
Yeah. Good.
I am out here. What do you need from me?
I just need people coming over here. If you have a sheet of everybody, that'd be helpful. But I mean, I pretty much know everybody anyway. I'll still take the press release.
What you want? Probably.
Awesome.
See if this works for you.
Actually, narrator shot's not a bad idea. Well, I could just use this camera over here. Yeah. Oh, this is the run of show.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Do you need any background and any information? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, background would be good.
Background is good.
But I mean, I know everybody, but it still wouldn't hurt. All right, ready? Oh, we got water there. Yeah, that was yours. I brought that for you. All right, we're starting to. Our wires getting crossed, literally.
You got two more coming.
Got two more at once?
No, just.
Okay.
We've got our eyes open.
And hey, where are we? Are we sitting anywhere? Am I sitting anywhere, or am I just here during the speeches?
Did you just ask me like a question that I would possibly know the answer to?
Never mind.
All right. What do you want?
I just need. Like, do you have the press release?
This?
Yeah, that's fine. That'll work.
Why are you masked?
Yes, and I left my
We
jacket
are
at the house.
we are live right now, by the way. Yeah, it's okay. It's one of those things people are used to
Okay.
going around, like the Super Bowl.
All right. This is yours.
Great.
I will go back.
Okay. I have plenty of stuff on Dixie when she gets here.
Okay. Wait. Dixie?
Dixie's daughter.
Okay. I was gonna say.
We're channeling her.
No. They want to be like, what?
All right. How's the feed look?
It's been good. We've had to move this every now and then because of the light, but
Okay.
yeah. But we're okay. And then we'll have a straight shot to over here for when it's time.
Okay.
When it's time to talk about that.
All right. Let's
The only
see.
thing is, like, we don't have. I want to make sure, like, we both get to eat too, like during the thing. I don't think we're sitting down anywhere. So let's have our stuff here. We're gonna be streaming the whole time.
Please stream the whole time because.
What's that?
Please stream the whole time.
We are. We
That's
are.
good.
We're streaming right now.
I know.
So that camera there will get the podium shot, and this one's just the interviews.
All right. Where's the multi-box?
For the
You can get this and you can make sure. when Dixie comes, if you
Okay.
need any of the court cases, let me know.
Court cases?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love the court case.
All right, I'll give you the binder when she comes.
Okay.
And if you just want to come right on up here to Mr. Minnick. And Fred, this is Jerry Dalton.
It's an honor, sir.
Fred?
How are you? Fred Minnick. Pleasure
Good
to
to
have
see
you
you.
here. Are you okay? Good?
Pleasure to be here, yeah.
It's an honor to have you. You've got some stories, sir. I know you've got some stories. Anybody out here have any questions for the great Jerry Dalton? Please put them in the comment section so we can ask him. But so you were with Jim Beam for a long time.
Well, not terribly long in this business, about 9 years, 10, a little over 10 actually, total with Jim Beam.
You worked in the business for 2 decades.
Yes, I was about 10 years at Barton Brands.
Yes, sir. Now, what has changed in bourbon since you started?
The world, the major change is there's so many
Right.
boutique distilleries popped up over the years. When I went in the business, there were probably only really 9 active bourbon distilleries, so we were a pretty small group. But that would, I'd say, the biggest change is the craft distilling that's going on now.
Now, did you work at the Boston plant as well as Claremont, or were you over everything?
When I hired in, I was hired as distillery manager at Boston.
Okay.
And after I'd been there a couple of years and they made sure I was for real, then I ended up, that's when I promoted to Master Distiller, and then I became responsible for a lot of stuff. I was also Senior Director of Quality Control, Environmental Health and Safety.
Oh my goodness. You wore many hats. Now today, a lot of people have the term Master Distiller, and they don't even have an operation yet. You, as someone who actually gave a lot to the industry, how do you feel about the people who take that title? Do you?
Well, it's like, and there's lots of different things apparently that get you called a master distiller, and some of those people are coming in as basically operations oriented. They've run a small distillery or maybe even a large one. Then there's others that, well, like me, for example, I came into the business knowing zip about distilling, but I was a PhD chemist, and I knew a lot about, having worked in a refinery for several years, I knew a lot about pumps and check valves and such, and so some mixture of exposure to the business will get you called a master distiller. Media were calling me master distiller before I thought I was a master distiller.
Now, I'm going to see if we have any questions here. Anybody in the chat, make sure you get your questions in so we can ask this Bourbon Hall of Famer. But when you, did you ever go out and market the brands, like go to a whiskey fest, stand at a table and pour whiskey for people?
When I promoted to Master Distiller, I immediately, the first thing they did was train me in public relations to some degree. And yeah, I, for example, went to Scotland when they were introducing Jim Beam products in Scotland, and helped to train their salespeople on bourbon.
Wow.
And and also on behalf of the KDA, went to, with then Executive Director Ed O'Daniel, went to Spain and spent some time in Spain spreading the word about bourbon. I didn't go as a Jim Beam representative. I went.
You were there promoting the entire category.
Oh yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
This is a question from Leo in the chat. He wants to know what your favorite bourbon was at Jim Beam.
Going away would be Knob Creek.
Oh, okay.
I really liked it.
I'm right there with you. That's one of my favorite bourbons. Period.
Yeah.
Now they've got. I know the old school standard is like the best bourbon was usually between 8 and 12 years old. Today we have so many bourbons coming out that are, 15, 20, 23 years old. I mean, they're really old. Like, do you feel like that might be too much wood for some of these bourbons?
Of course, drinking bourbon is a matter of individual taste, and some people might like the wood, but as far as my experience goes, bourbon hits a plateau at some point.
Yeah.
Depending on where the distillery is and where the warehouse is and how high it is in the warehouse. But I think quality, from my way of thinking, peaks and hangs there for a couple of years, and after that it becomes too woody for my taste.
I'm right there with you.
Again, that's a function of individual taste.
Yes, sir. Let's see. It looks like we have another question come in. This is from Derek. He does want. We're staying on that topic of age. What do you think is the best age of a bourbon?
That entirely depends. Some of those older bourbons that are on the market had to have been stored low in a classical house.
Yeah.
Because they age more slowly there. For me personally, my go-to drink now that I'm retired is Jim Beam Black Label. I honestly don't know at this point, probably around 8 years old.
Yeah, they used to have an age statement on there. They took the age statement off. It's 86 proof. It's delicious, but it's between 6 and 8 years old now.
Yeah, and I know the reason for that. They sold so much of it so quickly, they had a hole in their inventory, so there was a lot of pressure.
Oh, they had Mila Kunis out there promoting it, the famous actress, so.
But for me, probably 8-year-old, 9-year-old, like Knob Creek, somewhere in that range, again, depending on how the whiskey was stored and who made it.
Awesome. Well, Mr. Daniel, it's a real honor to interview you and chat with you. Congratulations on entering the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. I know you've got a lot of people very eager to see you here, so thank you so much for coming over and saying hi. And everybody, Jerry Dalton has been carried the torch for Jim Beam for a long time, so really appreciate you, sir.
Well, thank you for the interview. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Have a
I
wonderful.
need to,
You got a speech here in a bit too, so.
Okay, I don't stand well.
I can help you.
Let me.
We're going to turn you around 180
All right, I got you.
We're just going to turn you around that way. It's going to be easier to go back up in front of the stage.
What I would like to do before I get settled is visit the
Right,
restaurant.
it's still going to be easier to go out there. Right. Christy's right over there. We'll get you set up that way.
You got him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that was Bourbon Hall of Famer. Am I at this camera now? I'm on now. Okay, all right. I didn't see the flap. I know what you did now. You changed the flap. All right. So that was Bourbon Hall of Famer, Jerry Dalton, and actually my first time interviewing him. And what a wonderful, wonderful gentleman. And he's with me on Bourbon's sweet spot, probably in that 8 to 9 year range. So I've got Reed behind the camera there helping me out, and I've got some folks helping me bring people over. But one of the things that I want to make sure we talk about here is how big of a moment this is. This is the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. This is the pinnacle of people in the trade and the industry. This does not go to consumers. This does not go to anybody but those who work in the industry. So it's gone to bartenders. A handful of writers have been inducted in the past. There are presidents in this. President Taft, who defined bourbon, is actually in the Hall of Fame. but a lot of construction people who built warehouses, people who own steel companies. These are the people in the Bourbon Hall of Fame. This is the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame specifically, but this does not just go to anybody. So you have to have been in this industry for a long period of time and had major contributions to the industry throughout that time. And there's a long line of people there that I feel like should be in the Bourbon Hall of Fame. And two of them, some of the other people I'm going to be interviewing here, is the daughter of Dixie Sherman Demuth, bar owner who took the state of Kentucky to the Kentucky Supreme Court over allowing women to serve alcohol. And you can see a lot of that in my book, Whiskey Women, where I talk about how women did not have a right to serve at bars around this country. All right, here we go.
Here he is.
My man.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor. How you doing?
Great. How about yourself?
Not too bad.
Looking
How's
good.
so we're streaming right now. Everybody, I want to welcome former Mayor Greg Fischer in the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame.
Pleasure.
And before he became mayor, there was not a lot going on bourbon-wise in Louisville. You made that a priority.
Well, so I'm a business guy that was running for mayor. I've always liked public service, and so I look for a value proposition. What does this company have that nobody else has that was going to make people buy your product? Well, so you look at a city the same way, and I couldn't understand why Louisville had not embraced bourbon, especially to make bourbon tourism a priority. Just, people go to Napa Valley for wine. I said, well, why don't we bring them to Louisville for bourbon tourism? Great local food scene with Kentucky farmers, obviously great bourbon, great hospitality in Louisville. You put all that together, we call it Bourbonism, bourbon and local food tourism.
Yeah, that was your thing.
Yeah, so anyway, now it's just amazing where it's at. I think we're still very early in the game. On a scale of 1 to 10, I think Bourbonism is probably at a 3 or so, and just magnificent investments from the distilleries in terms of experiences, incredibly beautiful new hotels that have come into place, and the hospitality of Louisville. It's kind of the gateway of the Bourbon Trail because of our airport and hotel scene and food scene. It's really worked out really well. I think beyond anybody's expectations, but again, we're really just getting started.
Awesome. Now, what have you been doing since you haven't been mayor anymore? You've been fishing a lot more, I know. What else?
Yeah, no. Well, I'm writing a book about basically my private life and public life, just to get it out of my system. Maybe
like a memoir?
No, more of a how do you build purpose in your life? How do you build high performance organizations, whether it be a business or a city government for that half, or an individual. But I love the outdoors, so I've been spending a lot of time outdoors and a lot of time traveling as well. And
have you seen the Dalai Lama lately?
Yeah, last December.
Okay.
Louisville, we embrace compassion as one of our city values, and of course, he came to visit in 2013 because of our Buddhist monastery in Louisville. So we had a compassion festival, and fortunately, we've been able to keep that relationship alive. So I took 5 mayors to see him at his home in Dharamsala, India, last December. So Louisville's named 5 times International Model City of Compassion, and Bourbonism certainly complements that.
Well, did you ever have bourbon with the Dalai Lama? Did he drink?
Not him, but some of his guys underneath that I had to kind of talk into. I said, you don't have to swallow, but I want to take you through my 7-step method of tasting bourbon.
Right.
And because I said, if you really get all of your senses firing, your 6th sense comes alive, your ability to see into the future. So anyway, a couple of them have done that and seem to have liked it.
And so for those for joining us, I've known Mayor Fischer for over a decade now and watched what he did in bourbon, and also, you managed the city. Like, it wasn't just bourbon. I bet you wish everything could have been about bourbon, but you.
Well, that was the fun part of the job. We've got 800,000 people in Louisville, so any city that size, you're going to have a lot of challenges, high highs, low lows, and it was always nice when we'd say, okay, let's check in on how our Bourbonism strategy is going, and because it was always growing, and new people came to it, or new concerts and festivities, like it's one of the real highs. Tomorrow Bourbon and Beyond starts in Louisville. You're an integral part of that. And so we wanted a bourbon and food festival, and fortunately Danny Wimmer and his team had started Louder Than Life a couple years before, And as we talked about it, the possibilities, we basically sketched that on the back of a napkin what this big bourbon and food and music festival would be like, which is now one of the top festivals in the world. There'll be 150,000 attendees over the next couple days. So,
Who are you excited to see?
oh, I like the whole lineup. You got some of the big name. I guess the biggest name coming this year is Bruno Mars.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah,
So-
Bruno Mars opens the doors for future bookings. Like from here, they could book anybody.
Yeah.
Because if someone like Shakira sees Bruno Mars on a bill from the previous year, she'd come.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said Shakira, but
Well,
she's top of
it's
mind.
interesting. Yesterday I was talking to some people from out of town that are intense concert goers, and Bourbon and Beyond, and I guess Coachella, and wouldn't be another one, would be the top 3 basically in the country right now. So
Yeah, it's definitely up there, and you have the one in Tennessee. What's that one called?
not
Bonnaroo.
Bonnaroo, yeah.
Bonnaroo.
So anyway, really, this all came out of the Bourbonism thing.
Yeah.
We put together a bourbon and local food work group in 2013. I announced it at Bourbon Bistro, Jason Bronner's restaurant, with hundreds of aged Kentucky bourbon behind me, and said our goal is to be, the world's epicenter for culinary and spirits. And it's been so much fun to see it come to life, because I really want to hat tip to the great chefs in Louisville as well. You can't be a prima donna chef in Louisville. They all work with each other, much like the bourbon industry works with each other.
Yeah.
So you put together the great investments in the experiences, the bourbon experiences, with the great restaurants that we have, great hotels, and then go out into the countryside from Louisville, which is not far, right? I mean, Bardstown's 45 minutes away, Frankfort the same, Lexington maybe an hour, Lawrenceville right in there, and people just really enjoy the beauty that we're seeing like here today.
Now you were of all the mayors that had ever even tried to do anything with bourbon, you were very aggressive. You pushed it, and that brought up a little sensitivity with Bardstown a little bit. Can you talk through some of those challenges of Bardstown mayor and some of their folks?
Well, that was a lot of fun, So I just drove here from Louisville and came by the site where the Bardstown Bourbon Festival, I guess, is kicking off today.
Yeah.
And emblazoned, all around it is Bardstown, bourbon capital of the world, which made me chuckle because it is, number one. But in 2013, we had our first Bourbonism experience open on Main Street in Louisville, and that was the Evan Williams experience. And so I was like, man, this is great. This is phase 1 of the Bourbonism dream coming alive. And I was getting kind of enthusiastic. And I said, clearly, Louisville is the bourbon capital of the world. And I didn't think anything about it. I wasn't taking a swipe at Bardstown. And then my phone just starts blowing up, and I'm turning it off. It's overheating in my pocket. And I said, what is this? This is what's it got? Mayor Bill Shekels, the mayor of Bardstown, Kentucky. Mayor, how can I help you? He goes, what the hell are you doing saying Louisville is the bourbon capital of the world? Bardstown is the bourbon capital of the world. I said, well, what if we call ourselves the bourbon epicenter of the world? He said, well, that'd be fine. Okay, so we quickly settled that dispute. But it's been healthy. It's kind of like a Hatfield and McCoy's. And what it's done.
That was not healthy, by the way. They killed each other. So.
Well, that's true, but it got a lot of attention.
And
in the bourbon industry, it's about getting attention. You don't want facts to get in the way of a good story.
Yeah,
So anyway, what Bourbonism has shown is that a rising tide lifts all boats. Because I think on a scale of 1 to 10, we're maybe at a 3 right now with Bourbonism, mainly because everything's a 5-star experience. Quality of the bourbon, the quality of the venues, the quality of the people and the hospitality, the food, it just goes on. And let's face it, we're getting to be well known nationally, but not. Most of our visitors are still from the region, California, New York. So as that starts filling in, but last year I think it was only 3% of our visitors were from around the world. So as now there's marketing taking place outside of the United States, you're going to see more and more tourism coming to the Bourbon Trail, Kentucky Bourbon Trail, and they'll tie that in with a visit to Nashville or somewhere else like that. So we're really just getting started. It's quite exciting.
Awesome. Now, you're a bourbon fan. Tell people how you take your bourbon. I know you're a biggest fan of ice, I know, in Kentucky. So tell people how you like to take your bourbon.
Well, ice is very important. I almost went bankrupt a couple of times when I was young, but along with a guy named Jerry Landers, we invented these ice and beverage dispensing machines you see now everywhere. You self-service your ice and your soft drink. As a result of that, I know a lot about ice. However, I take my bourbon neat. That's if you really want to taste the bourbon properly,
right.
You want to at least start neat,
Yeah.
and then I'll add ice to it or a drop of water or something like that. But I think part of my job as the so-called father of Bourbonism is to teach people how to enjoy bourbon. And, a lot of people, if they don't have a good impression of bourbon, it's because they, throw it down like a cowboy or cowgirl.
True.
Bad move. So I've developed a 7-step method to take people slowly through the bourbon tasting process, and without fail, at the end of the 7 steps, step 7, of course, is repeat. They're like, I like this. So it's slow it down, drink it like a fine wine, have it touch all the insides of your mouth and your tongue, and then after that, enjoy that warm Kentucky hug.
That's right.
Right here. So having a good bourbon slowly, responsibly, of course, is important. Really is an enjoyable experience.
Well, Mayor, thanks for coming on. And I said this 10 years ago, but you're the best mayor bourbon ever had in Louisville for everything you did for building, opening the doors for distillers to, make that a tourist destination.
Well, I appreciate that. Hopefully, we did a few other good things along the way.
Absolutely.
Too. And thank you. I mean, you've been instrumental in really taking Kentucky bourbon to the world and bringing the world to Kentucky bourbon.
I've tried. I appreciate that, Mayor. We've got the Louisville cocktail. I'm pushing it. I still try to push it everywhere.
I was at number 15 on Main Street over the weekend and asked for a Louisville, and they said we're buying all the ingredients right now, so it's spreading.
Good.
Good job. Appreciate you, Fred.
Thank you, Mayor.
Take care.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And that was Mayor Greg Fischer. He has been, his term ended last year, I think. Yeah, I think it was last year. Gosh, time flies, but we've worked together a lot over the years with like Bourbon and Beyond, and some of the other things that I have gotten. And folks, my phone is blowing up, so if you have my number, yeah. I have got people texting me left and right. Jeez. I have to turn my go into airport mode, because if a phone calls, if I get a phone ring, it's connected to my computer, it would break the feed. So I'm like all nervous about the feed. All right, so I'm gonna see what kind of questions we got in the chat. I wasn't able to. Nick Anderson's, what city do you think has the biggest promise to embrace Bourbonism next? Well, I think we have to look at Kentucky, right? And I'm about to sneeze. I'm like fighting back like a big sneeze, like somebody's wearing a perfume in here or something. I'm about to. Y'all don't want to see this. I think obviously, the obvious one for the next Bourbonism city in Kentucky is Bardstown. If you throw out Bardstown, you throw out Lexington. I'm going to say Danville. I think Danville could have like a really cool connection there because of Wilderness Trail, and Wilderness Trail is now acquired by Campari. I foresee some big things there, and Danville's just a really, really cool town. But I wouldn't sleep on Elizabethtown either. Elizabethtown is, they've got all those Ford plants going there. I personally want to do a festival in Elizabethtown. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that city. All right. I know we've got a few more people coming in I know of. Colleen, we're ready for the next one if someone's ready. Yeah, he just texted. Huh? I did.
Did you do Mayor Fischer?
Yep.
Okay, we're just waiting on Chet then.
Okay.
Trey or somebody.
Then I'm gonna go grab a glass of water. Well, sure, yeah. There he is. There is Trey. Ready? Okay.
Sir,
Wonderful.
this is for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Zoller.
Never do straight of you. How we doing, Fred?
Good to see you, man.
Sorry. We
Perfect.
we took a wrong turn.
There you
down
go,
Albuquerque.
Fred.
Fred.
Sir, good to
How are
see you.
sir?
Come on up here. You all will be splitting right here.
All right.
All right, so everybody, so we're live right now.
Okay,
So
wonderful.
Everybody, get your questions in here. This is the one of the most exciting interviews I'll be doing in a long time because I have been campaigning for this man to get in the Bourbon Hall of Fame for I want to say 5 years now. 5 years.
And we thank you for that.
Yes,
Appreciate
we
it
do.
very much.
The thing is all right. So Chet Zoller here, folks. You know he helped create Jefferson's with his son Trey, but he wrote what is I believe one of the greatest books in bourbon. Now, if you are someone that wants to sit down and read a romance novel, this book is not for you. This book has got tax records in it. It's got these little stories. This book is an invaluable tool for us researchers out there. So to me, you should have been in the Bourbon Hall of Fame a long time ago, but because of that book, but add on that working with him, which I don't know how you reined him in over the years.
One needs to trust me.
He, good Lord, he's probably thinking of a new way to like age a whiskey in space or something at the moment.
He is indeed.
You never know. You never know. That book, it's actually the 5th edition.
It is.
So somebody bought it at one time,
Yeah.
and he's continued to research on it and add to it, and make it the reference book that it is.
Well, I know there are other father-sons in the Bourbon Hall of Fame, but I think you all are the first to be inducted at the same time.
So I'm led to believe, yes.
That's amazing.
Quite an honor.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
You know what? It's special just doing it at solo, but to be able to do it with my dad, nothing better than that.
Yeah.
Doesn't get better than that.
We've had a lot of fun over the years.
So, but when you all started with Jefferson's in the 1990s, tell me the story of that first cease and desist letter that you got. Tell everyone about that.
We got more than one,
Right. So I think we were the first outsiders in the industry, maybe since Prohibition. And I don't know that they did not want to keep it as close to the family. As you know, there's a hell of a family tree in the bourbon world. Mm-hmm. And right out of the gate, actually, before we sold our first bottle, I believe, well, actually, no, we had just started distributing bottles. I was actually at the first WSWA that I attended in San Francisco, staying with Owsley Brown's niece on her couch. And we got a cease and desist letter from Brown Forman when Owsley was the CEO.
Wow.
And we also got one from Heaven Hill. So we got a double. So I remember a cold sweat.
They didn't like your bottle. What was it they were?
Thought we were a little too close to their package.
Yeah.
Elijah Craig and Woodford Reserve.
Okay.
So my dad was like the old bull. I was a young bull and say, okay, that's nothing the same. What are they talking about? And I said, let's fight this. And he was like, let's go over to them and talk about it and tell them we'll change anything they want. You tell us how to make you happy. So the wiser man prevailed on that. We took the fight away from them when they had nothing left to argue about.
Yeah. They were very gracious about it.
Okay. Well, you're a lawyer, so.
Little background.
Yeah, you're. Did you build the company back for your legal time at that point?
Well, it helped Trey and I because I had that legal background. Obviously in the bourbon business, you have to go state by state, get licensed, find a distributor. So with my legal background, I was able to do the licensing and the work with the distributors, while Trey was our sales staff.
He was knocking on doors all over the place.
Yeah.
Now, where were you all getting whiskey in the early days?
Well, there were 8 distilleries at the time. We were sourcing from quite a few at the time. We had a lot of options. Contractually, we're still doing business with a lot of them.
I was going to say that you still can't.
Well, we're still doing business with a number of them. we're building a big distillery out in Lebanon currently.
Oh, so excited about that.
Yeah, as we are. But most of our bourbon right now comes from contract distilling. So we have those relationships that we've had for 20 plus years. So to protect some people, I will.
Yeah, all right.
But
fair,
you
fair.
can make
I
few
know
guesses.
I know that you got some honey barrels from Stitzel-Weller once upon a time.
Absolutely.
You know, and Chet, I don't know if you remember this, but when my first book came out about my time in Iraq, it was 2009, and we were both at the Kentucky Book Fair.
I do remember.
We were in the coffee room where the authors, we had our own little green room, and I saw him there. He's out there promoting this book, and I was like a kid in a candy store. I was, oh my god, and I cornered him at the coffee table. I was like, I love your bourbon. And I started telling him what I thought about it and all the notes and everything. And he just kept trying to get away. He's like, who the hell is this guy?
Oh, I doubt that.
But I fell in love with those old releases that you had. And in fact, I think I ranked it number 2 in the best bourbons of the century so far. Was that 17-year-old?
It was wonderful.
It was so good.
Yeah.
It really was. And and that's a great example. We released that as a 17, 18, and a 20-year-old. And it hit its pinnacle, at 17 years. 17. And that's, I think collectively, most people would agree that that's the apex was hit at 17 years.
Yeah, I was just talking with Master Distiller Jerry Dalton, formerly with Jim Beam, about when a bourbon hits its peak. So it's fascinating, having that discussion with you about it, because 17 was the best year.
It was for that bourbon.
Yeah.
Which, different bourbons, it's different times. Depends on what they're aging in and where they're aging. So, mash bills.
Now, Chet, I know, Trey connects with you all the time. You're still part of the brand, but when did you sort of step away from some of the day-to-day stuff?
Well, I was involved day-to-day for 3 or 4 years. And at that point, I realized all I was doing was holding Trey back. So I eased out of the day-to-day operations, got interested in the history side of bourbon, and turned it over to him. So all of the great expressions of Jefferson since that time, pure Trey. The oceans, the various finishes, the various aging in unusual places. That's all Trey.
Now you're a traditional bourbon guy.
Yes, I am.
When you start hearing him tell these stories, like, all right, we're going to put it in a boat. We're going to go out. Was there ever a moment where like, shit, I think my son's losing his mind here?
No. I had every confidence in him. And, he really did some magic things with bourbon. Because it was an older drink for people who were very much in their trench and didn't want to be dislodged.
Right.
And he was trying to move them, and did.
You changed the game. You changed the industry with a lot of the stuff that you do, and not just Ocean, but with a lot of the way you think about whiskey. And sometimes I want to strangle you and say, what's wrong with it just the way it is?
ADD.
Something else.
But you know what? A lot of what I've done is look really back to my dad's research and his book and look at why bourbon has, why did it proliferate in Kentucky? Why is it aging the way it's aging? And it's all practicality. So if you kind of unlock the practicality of it and say, well, this is traditionally how it's been done and this is what's been practical, but how can you potentially enhance it by changing some of the various variables on it, then potentially you're able to improve it.
All right, I'm going to take a look in the chat here. Anybody have any questions for Trey and Chet? All right, this is from It's Bourbon Night, Chad and Sarah. Chet, they want to know how your pre-Prohibition whiskey collection is looking.
Well, Currently have over 150 bottles
Oh.
of pre-Prohibition stuff, made before Prohibition, obviously bottled during Prohibition, and occasionally Trey and I will undercark one of the bottles,
Oh, that's wonderful.
and it is wonderful. I don't know what the difference is, but that whiskey made 100 years ago
Yeah.
is just as smooth as a baby's behind.
You know, I think a lot of it's their water, their grains are different, you know.
Certainly.
And I bet you there's a lot of wild yeast in that stuff when they were fermenting.
It may well be correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's most of my collections down at the Fraser Museum and can be seen there.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was fun to put together.
How many different expressions do you have from how many different distilleries?
There are probably 80 different
Distilleries represented?
brands. Yeah. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
All right, we got another question here. This comes from Nick Anderson. The question is, are the best days of bourbon ahead of us or behind us?
Well, I mean, I think they're ahead of us. I think we've got the consumer has changed so much in the 26 years that we've been in the business. So much more educated and more open-minded. As you know, you were just saying, you want to strangle me. What's wrong with it here? But you know, you've had some pretty good bourbons along the way that are not traditional.
That's right.
And some pretty good ones from some traditional big bourbon, you know, the behemoths, the original 8, that have followed suit, doing some pretty unusual things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think from an export perspective, the rest of the world's where we were 15, 20 years ago, when bourbon was looked down their noses by most whiskey aficionados. So I think that there's a lot of potential going forward with an expanded consumer base, but there's a lot, you know, there's a lot more distilleries that are trying some new, different things. So technology seems to improve things across the board on every industry. Hopefully it will improve on this one. You know, as you said, the grains back in the Prohibition days, you know, could we ever get back to that? I doubt it. I doubt we will, but I think that there's other advances that we can make. What do you think?
I'd absolutely agree. I'm a history guy, and I do like the old stuff, but you know, until just recently, sweet mash bourbon had been forgotten about.
Yeah.
Now there are distilleries making sweet mash.
Yeah.
There's people doing 4-grain mash bills, and you know, the more of these distilleries that pop up that try new and inventive ways to make bourbon, I think the future's ahead.
I love that. Now, you all obviously either have celebrated or are going to celebrate. What bottle are you cracking open to celebrate the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame induction?
Well, I brought a few different bottles with us. We're going to go from here on the bus to the new distillery down in Lebanon, the new Jefferson's Distillery. I brought one of our first bottles ever bottled, so a 15-year-old Jefferson's Reserve. I bought a bottle of the 17-year-old Presidential Select. I bought a bottle of one of the first voyages of Jefferson's Ocean, and our latest bottling of the Jefferson's Tropic Singapore.
Nice.
So we're going to pop a few.
It's going to be a long night, that's what it sounds like.
Come join us.
I'd love to. I'm actually traveling right after this, and I have to go to Baltimore, but I might sneak over there.
Come on, come on.
Might miss a flight.
Well,
But,
that's all right. That's all right.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
And
Fred.
I really do mean it. It's been an honor reading your book and getting to know you, and you know, I know you've had to put up a lot with him over the years, but you all have become friends. But I mean, I'm so glad you're in the Hall of Fame. So well deserved.
Very kind of. Thank
So
you.
am I. Yep, as you
Awesome.
said, long overdue for them.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, Fred. Thanks so
Enjoy
much.
the day, my friends.
You
Enjoy
got it.
the
We'll
day.
do it.
Well,
Thanks for
Cheers.
We're going to have some fun.
Yes, sir.
Take care.
Thanks,
you too.
Fred.
All right, that was the Zoller family. So now, I believe we're going to have Joe Magliocco from Michter's, and this is going to be a wonderful interview. I cannot wait for it. But make sure that you are getting your questions in the chat. I'm trying to like zoom over and see them as we're going along, but I may not catch all of your questions, but I will do my best to get them. So make sure you are getting those in the chat as best you can. All right. How many folks we got in here? If you haven't already, hit the like button. That'll help kind of help this thing get going, get people seeing this. It'll help other people see this stream. So. How are you, man? You're going to stand with me here for a little interview?
Absolutely.
We are live right now, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're live right now.
All right.
So we're live streaming. How you doing, man? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I mean, I'm so thrilled to be here today. So honored. I mean, just there's legends in this group.
Yeah,
it's
you.
Like,
you.
No, not quite. Not quite.
So you're always so humble about that, but I mean, if you look at what you have done with, and actually we got people in the chat here, so you all get your questions. I need to put your little name tag.
Please.
As I was saying, like, if you look at what you have done with Michter's, to me, it's one of the most remarkable stories of a brand, because it's a traditional Pennsylvania brand. You brought it to Kentucky, and in the early days there were challenges on that.
There still are challenges.
Well.
It's not an easy business. I mean, but it's a great industry. But whiskey business isn't particularly easy.
No, it is not.
Forecasting and laying down really expensive barrels like everybody in the industry does, and hoping you're going to sell them years from now when you don't know what the market's going to be like. I mean, it's a really interesting industry.
Why? What was it about Michter's that made you feel the tug on your heartstrings?
Well, I was very familiar with the brand. I grew up in the wine and spirit business. My dad, Tony, was the Michter's distributor in New York City for Pennsylvania Michter's. And my first sales job working during college was actually closing out gold-plated Michter's King Tut minis. around 1977 or 78.
And people were nuts for those back then.
Well, unfortunately, they weren't nuts for those. They weren't nuts for those. That's why we had to close them out.
Okay.
No, well, the King Tutankhamun exhibit was going around the world, and Michter's had licensed the right for liquor. And that was really good, except they had these expensive gold-plated minis and stuff like that nobody would buy. So my job was to sort of clean them out of the warehouse. But I knew Michter's had just tremendous history, and I'd worked with some of the Pennsylvania Michter's people. So when we were, I was tasked with trying to start a little import company, supplier company, Chatham Imports, the parent of Michter's. I had nothing to sell that anybody wanted. I loved whiskey. Rye category was virtually dead.
Yeah.
And this is the 90s when we started working on it. And, when my team and I said, what's too little for a big company maybe is good for us. And so we focused on rye, and then our distributors said, guys, you're not going to sell any rye, do some bourbon too. So we did, 10-year bourbon, 10-year rye is how we started. And Dick Newman, who had been president of Austin Nichols Wild Turkey, really was my advisor and was just a brilliant man and a great guy. And, I was thinking, do you go back to Pennsylvania, great state, great history, or do you come to Kentucky? And he said, Joe, Kentucky's a place for whiskey. You have to be in Kentucky.
Yeah. Especially late 80s, early 90s. I mean, couldn't get any talent out in Pennsylvania, let alone any facilities that would still work, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that I would have gotten a Willie Pratt or a Pam Heilman or a Andrea Wilson or a Dan McKee, if we were located in Pennsylvania, as great a state as it is. I mean, just Kentucky, the bourbon industry is such a part of the fabric of the culture.
It is.
I mean, it's really great. And just one thing I've got to say while I'm with you, because this is a special day for a lot of us. Thank you so much. I mean, I think you have done just such, I've known you for years now. You were covering the industry and covering bourbon when, it wasn't so popular.
Yeah.
And you really pioneered the coverage in a way that I think is just remarkable and really has helped all the people in the industry.
Well, I appreciate that.
It's true.
Along the ways, watching Michter's grow from like kind of a small niche brand to being on billions, now being the preferred drink of people with private jets, and watching what Michter's has done in auctions. It's been amazing to see what the growth of this brand has done.
Yeah, no, we've been very fortunate, but it's been a lot of hard work over the past 25 years plus, actually 28. It's been a lot of hard work by a lot of really talented people. I mean, we're lucky to have a really good team. I mean, I don't make this stuff, they do, but we've been fortunate to make some progress.
And you built the facilities. When you all started building your facilities in Shively, in Fort Nelson, there was not everything going around. You guys were fairly new. And like I remember the still dropping ceremony.
Yes.
When you all did that.
I remember you were there 2014.
That was such a beautiful moment because now everyone's doing it, but no one had done a ceremony out of it like that. So like you've brought a lot of different ideas to both the tourism and the trade over the years.
No, you're very kind. When we announced Fort Nelson. And distillery in downtown opposite Louisville Slugger Bat Factory. When we announced it in 2011, I believe that we were the first ones to announce a downtown distillery in an awful long time.
That is true. Yeah, you all were the first, not the first to get built all the way.
No. We always say we were the first to announce and the last to open. The building was actually in much worse shape than we expected, and it took us literally 8 years to renovate it. But we're very happy with how it came out now. We're very happy we have people come to visit us, and then when we saw how delayed we were going to be at Fort Nelson, we said, whoops, we better do something else. And so in same year we bought the building in Shively and retrofitted it, and it was 2014 and we put in our larger still system.
Now you have warehouses everywhere. And
Springfield, we have a 205-acre farm. We're growing some of our own estate-grown grains in Springfield, and Springfield's been a great place for us too.
And the one thing that I've noticed out of your team is their love and loyalty for you. Like your team loves you.
Well, you're very kind. I mean, I've been really blessed to work with the people that I work with. I'm not just saying that. I mean, we have really good people that have worked with us, for quite some time, and I've been fortunate to make a lot of good friends down here. And when you consider our current team, when we have Andrea Wilson, who is just, amazing. We have Dan McKee, we have Rick Robinson, we have Matt Bell. I mean, some really talented people. But on top of it, one thing, I've been working in the wine and spirits industry since the 80s. And, we've really tried to develop a group of people that not just are talented, but also are good people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Andrea loves mentoring young people. I so admire what she does. I mean, we just have good people.
Well, and you also have your boy in the business.
Yes. No, that's great. That's great. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I mean, my son Matt spent his first 9 years after college in China, at 7 in finance. And when he told me he was coming into the business, I was really surprised. Really surprised. But he spent his last 2 years in Hong Kong setting up our export system, because we had no export system. We're now selling in 67 countries, and not just like a little bit, but our export business really rotates and has been very good for us. So it's great. And it's great to work with my son Matt, my niece Catherine, who's a wonderful young lady.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, she's a terrific young lady, very bright too, and I get to work with her, and it's nice. One of the things about this industry, when you see so many of these great bourbon families in Kentucky, they've been successful because they had succession.
Yeah.
And it's really good in a family business or a generational business like the Kentucky bourbon industry to have smart, good young people coming up.
People care. They want to stay in it. They want to stay involved. They don't want to get out.
No, very much so. I mean, it's a really, again, like I said, it's not an easy industry. I have people say, "Oh, you're in the bourbon business. You must have fun every day." I said, "Actually, no, I don't have fun every day." but it's a wonderful industry with just, really terrific people at the different companies. A lot of really good, talented people, and generally really, kind, decent people.
All right, so you're obviously, I know you very well, and you probably got like 20 bottles of wine that you got lined up for the celebration. Well, you're no doubt going to crack open a Michter's. What Michter's are you opening to celebrate? Is it Celebration?
US 1 Bourbon. US 1 Bourbon. We're having a little party tonight, and we have different tables with the different names, like Celebration, Toasted Rye, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sitting at the US 1 table.
I like it.
So that's
well,
my favorite.
That's always the answer you give me when I ask you that question. So I think it's real. I think it's true.
Oh, it is.
That's your favorite. I love it.
It is.
Well, this is well deserved, my friend.
Thank you
Congratulations.
so much, and thank you for everything over the years.
Absolutely.
Great.
It's
Thanks.
been fun watching the growth. I really mean that.
Right, well,
Congratulations, my friend. Cheers. All right, so that was Joe Magliocco from Michter's. And sorry, I didn't get to the questions on that one. I actually have been kind of given the speed it up. So I think next up we got, let's see, who is next for me? All right. So I've got, hey!
Hey, Mr. Friend. Hey, I got to know something.
We are live right now, so be careful.
I don't want to. No, have you got your tickets yet?
For
Oklahoma State?
I haven't got them yet, no.
What?
Oh, I mean the flight? The
Yeah.
flight up there? No, I haven't.
Okay, here's the deal. I know we're going to come back together. I'm
Right.
going out Thursday, and
Okay.
I'm having dinner with Steve and what's the athletic director's name? And his wife.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely
Okay.
invited. If you got the time to
Yeah,
waste.
yeah. I'll see about that. I've
Think
got
of it as wasted time, but it'll be great fun.
the hard one. The hard one is the trip to Alabama. That's the one I might have a conflict on when we drive out there.
I can't do that one.
Are you not going to Alabama now?
I can't do it.
Okay.
No, something's. I think it's because of Nancy. She's got.
Okay.
She's got issues.
All right.
Health issues.
Well, I know you.
But I escaped on the other one.
I know you're going to be talking here in a bit.
Oh.
Are you talking?
I'll do whatever you want.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and this is the Court of Appeals.
Okay.
But this is all the other stuff.
Wonderful.
Hi.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing fine.
Oh, this is
I'm
Diane.
Fred Minnick.
Hi, Fred.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Nice to meet you. This is my sister, Suzanne.
Hi, Suzanne. Fred Minnick. So, we're going to talk about your mama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the late Miss Dixie.
Right.
She was. So I wrote a book called Whiskey Women.
Yeah.
I covered this and how women were not. Here, you can stand right here.
Okay.
By the microphone.
Alrighty.
Women were not allowed to serve alcohol.
Right.
In a lot of places in the United States.
As bartenders.
As bartenders. And because men were like, oh, that's a man's job, and they were very macho about it, and this was part of a small part of the women's rights movement
Yes.
in the 50s and 60s, but a big one that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And your mom took this to the Kentucky Supreme Court. Tell us about your mom.
Well, my mom, first of all, worked as a cocktail waitress at one time. And she knew that bartenders made twice what the cocktail waitresses did.
Yeah.
So when the opportunity came up for her to have her own bar, then she wanted to hire women as bartenders and give them a fair chance. So she did. And so the commission, the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, came into the bar. There was a bartender behind the bar. And my sister, who's back behind me here, she was a customer at the bar drinking a drink, because women were also not allowed to sit at a bar. And they cited Mom, closed down her bar for 5 days. And so she decided this was a very archaic and discriminatory rule. So she hired a lawyer, and that's when the fight began.
Wow. Now, is this something that you all focused on, like, growing up? Did she talk about this?
This was her highlight moment.
Yeah.
It was one of the things Mom wanted to make sure went into her obituary, was that she fought this law and won. And it took several appeals to do so.
It was the Kentucky Court of Appeals, not the Supreme Court.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that was the highest court in Kentucky at the time.
Yeah. Okay.
But Mom always said she was willing to take it to the Supreme Court if that's what it took.
Right. You know, it's interesting. There was a case in Michigan that did go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Really?
The same thing.
Yeah. Huh.
And they actually lost.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It was. So it was. But if you look back on this time, like, we see women all over the bar industry. They're everywhere, as they should be.
Right.
But your mom was a big part of making that happen.
Right.
How does that make you feel as her daughter?
I'm very proud of Mom, and I'm proud of everything that she did. She was a very special lady, and you know, she was the only woman bar owner in Louisville when she had her bar, which was called Dixie's Elbow Room.
Where was that in the city?
It was down on 5th Street, across from the Kentucky Hotel.
Oh yeah. That's a nice area.
Yeah. The building's gone now, so
Yeah.
it isn't even there anymore.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Now, do you drink bourbon?
I have to be honest, I say no.
Okay. Did your mom?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
What was her favorite bourbon?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. My sister probably knows more than I do.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your mom's rightful place in the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. It's a real honor to meet you.
Nice to meet
And
you.
I'm glad we're able to, like, carry on her legacy here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
And maybe drink bourbon after this, right?
At least
Mike! How are you? Good to see you, brother.
Doing better. I don't know
Yeah?
if you heard I had bypass surgery on June 30th.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear you're doing better. You look good.
Well, that's good. Considering that they had to revive me on the table once.
Oh, my God.
That's what I heard. I was unconscious. I didn't know it, but
Yeah. Are you doing well?
I'm
other than
doing
that?
well.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually quite surprised on how little pain there was, you know.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the only painkiller I took was a couple of Tylenol for about a week.
And everything got all better?
Oh,
after
yeah.
that? By the way, we are live right now, so.
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry.
It's okay if you're all right. If you're all right sharing that with
No,
people.
it's okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad you're good.
Yeah.
You look. I mean, you really do. You look good.
Yeah. Well, it's
Just missing an ass guy would get you. You know.
I did that once already for you.
You working on anything right now?
I'm working on a couple of things. I'm working on a timeline history book.
Oh, good. We need that. Yeah.
And working with Maggie on a dead distillers, where they're buried and all that.
Oh,
kind
that's
of book,
awesome.
You know. But-
She's great. I love Maggie.
Yeah, Maggie's a great person.
She's been doing awesome. I love her Twitter timeline because she cracks me up. Like the other day, she brought up something about the Roman Empire, like how often men think about the Roman Empire. And I was like, well, actually, I think about the Roman Empire probably about twice a day. So it's kind of funny, but yeah. So your book's been out for 10 years now. The
Right.
Kentucky Bourbon.
Kentucky Bourbon. Kentucky Bourbon Whiskey and American Heritage.
That's it. Yeah. It's bad. I don't know the names of my own books sometimes either. Honey, do you need this back?
Yes.
Yeah, here you go. There you go. Yeah, but it's been 10 years since that book's been out, and my book, Whiskey Women.
Yeah.
And unbelievable.
Right.
Are you doing on another? Are you working on another edition?
No, not of the history book, but I'm working with the Claim Press. I'm going to do a timeline book and go with it from there. you
Awesome.
know. That's should be a fun project. I've got most of it done, but
There, it's a labor of love, right?
yeah.
Any updates to the tasting guide that you and Susan do?
We've got a third edition coming out probably at the beginning of the year.
That's a great resource for folks.
Yeah.
Make sure you get that.
Well, and we've also got the American Whiskey Tasting Notebook, which is whiskeys other than bourbon.
All right. Like
You know,
the
rye,
malts
corn,
and
malts,
yeah. Okay.
and wheat.
Light whiskey. Any light
Yeah.
whiskeys in there?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw my blog I wrote several years ago on when American whiskey lost its way.
Yeah.
Talking about the light whiskey. I was actually quite surprised. I had several people make comments saying, "Well, I rather like light whiskey."
Yeah, there's a new age drinker out there. They do like light whiskey, and really, when you push them, you find out they like really hot. A lot of them like the heat of alcohol. So that's why there's a lot of people wanting high proof.
Yeah.
And light whiskey often falls in that high proof. You don't see anyone cutting it down to like 90 proof. You know, it's always a cask strength product.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I never quite understood the fascination with the real high proofs, because once you get over, I don't know, 115 proof, all you're doing is killing your taste buds with the first sip.
Yeah, the argument that I can go with is that you can dilute it to how you want it,
right?
Versus having it already diluted down. That's
But
Stag.
I am much happier with the barrel proofs that run into the 110, 115 proof than I am the ones that run with the 135 and 140.
Absolutely, I'm with you on that.
I love Peerless. The fact that everything they do is barrel proof, but it's only like 110, 111.
But if you look at the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection, Stag gets as high as like 130.
Yeah.
Weller's in the 120s, 130s, usually 120s. But those tend to be pretty tasty.
Yeah.
So, sometimes.
Sometimes. I've had I don't remember, I don't know, I guess it's about 10 years ago, I had a sip of a Stag that I thought I might as well have been chewing on a barrel stave.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. But,
well, where are you sitting?
Right over there where Rosemary's sitting.
Okay, very nice. Oh, hi, Rosemary. Good to see you.
Well, I guess I better let you go. I'm
All right,
sure
my
you've
friend.
got some other people you want to interview.
I think we're done. Now we're going to get set up for the speeches, I think.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
All right, man.
Talk to you later then.
Good seeing you, brother. All right, I think I have interviewed everybody. Just going to double check here. Yeah. All right, so now, y'all, we're going to be getting ready for the speeches. There's going to be like a long, a long pause, but you're going to see people walking around and everything. But I'm going to keep the stream going, just because if I break it and I won't be able to get it back, it'll be another link, and this link has been used to send out there. So, all right. Let me just double check. Reed, let me just double check that there's no one else. All right. What's that? A timeline of like when we start? Yeah, okay. So speech, I can even put it up on there. Speech is going to start at 11:30. I'm going to put that here. right, let's go ahead and let me just double check. I don't have anyone else. Move to that next camera. What's that? You want to mute him? Oh, we don't need to mute him. But I can. All right. All right, to the audience out there, I need to know if you hear what sounds like from the podium. Thanks.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
they're gonna bring food over. They're gonna get something. Check, check. Check, check. Was not expecting that. What's that? I am, actually. It's killing me. I'm missing my class right now. Yeah, the 11 o'clock class, where your husband strangles me. So we just got told the governor wants to come on as part of the live stream, so that's why we switched back. In case you're wondering why we changed cameras. All right. After all that, I wonder if he's going to come now.
Check 1, 2. And 1, 2. Checking media recorder. Checking the media's recorder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check.
Okay. 5 minutes. Be there and tell me when I'm gone. So, yeah. How are you doing, Governor?
Doing well.
Fred Minnick. We are live right now. Thank you for coming to the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. This is your second year in a row to be a part of the speeches.
This is my second year in a row because we have had 2 incredible years for bourbon.
Yes, sir.
Last year, most investment we've ever had by far, $2.1 billion of investment into our economy. That was a record by over $500 million. And then we learned most visitors ever to the Bourbon Trail last year. So Bourbon is on a roll. Happy to celebrate with it, but we know there's much more to do.
Now, when you are celebrating, what are you drinking?
Bourbon.
Which one?
Well, see, that's like picking between your kids. As governor, you want to support all of our entrepreneurs out there, from our largest distilleries to our craft distilleries, and mainly make sure that there's the type of environment where these jobs can continue to grow. Mm-hmm. And what's exciting about bourbon now is it's how most people are introduced to Kentucky. The richness, the artistry, the boldness in character, the complexity. Most of the time around the world right now, the first time people will learn about Kentucky is through bourbon and that amazing product.
Do you think it's our best industry in the state right now?
We got a lot of great industries in the state, but this one is uniquely Kentucky. 95% of the world's bourbon comes from Kentucky. I believe the other 5% is counterfeit, and so it is tied to Kentucky in a very special way.
Now, last year, or I guess it'd be this year, you signed a repeal toward the long-term ad valorem tax, and a lot of people didn't think you would sign that. Why was that so important for you?
Well, I believe that a reasonable compromise was reached that continues to support our schools, law enforcement, firefighters, necessary government services that serve our people and the bourbon industry, while at the same time creating a competitive environment where we could continue to have 95% of the world's bourbon made right here, where we could continue to see these record-setting investments.
One of the big issues in the consumer world is getting the bourbon they want. And something that could open that up is if Kentucky retailers or distillers could ship to other states. Is that something that your office has looked at?
Well, we look at different options from time to time. The very first thing that I was asked to do and got done was to get the federal administration to ultimately repeal the harmful tariffs that have been placed on Kentucky internationally. It could have and would have cost our bourbon makers hundreds of millions of dollars. It would have shut off international markets that fuel so much of this growth. But thankfully, with my good friend Gina Raimondo as the Secretary of Commerce in Washington, D.C., not only promised me she'd get the job done, but then actually got it done. Still challenges that are out there from time to time, but it is exciting to see how this industry is just thriving, exporting all over the world.
Absolutely. But we still have dry counties in Kentucky. It blows my mind that some parts of the state still don't support bourbon, like Nelson County, obviously, and other parts of the state.
Well, sometimes that's just democracy, and it takes education and work. Those are all votes. What you've seen is different cities go wet, different counties go wet, but it takes, as in any election, it takes effort, even if you believe you're in the right.
All right, last question for you, Governor. We've seen growth all over the state, but is there a community that you're seeing embrace bourbon right now, a specific township or county that's really opened the doors and surprised you?
Well, we see it all over the Commonwealth, which is really exciting. Now, bourbon is moving everywhere. Our distillery in Hopkinsville, a distillery being built in Fulton County, the one being built in Ohio County, and it truly makes bourbon a part of Kentucky when bourbon reaches and creates jobs in all of Kentucky. And that's what we're seeing in the economy right now. We're in the midst of our 3 best years for economic growth in our history, all back to back to back. And bourbon's a big part of that. And it's important as we leave an era of difficulty, of pandemics and natural disasters, and into one of prosperity, that it reach every part of Kentucky. And so bourbon, making sure it's moving out into the state, reaching all of these communities, is so critical, and it continues to build the support for this amazing spirit.
Governor, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
See you on the stage.
All
Cheers.
right.
That was Governor Andy Beshear. We are now going to go to the camera toward the podium, so bear with us as we switch up cameras. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
They should have real food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
they were part of my guest count. So
that's
they,
that's fine. Well, he
yeah.
just asked me for
no,
something
that's
to eat
fine.
now.
If you want more, but
So-
Yeah,
you
this'll
absolutely
work.
should get
Okay.
should be able to be seated
That is
when
fine.
you can.
But
I'm
like
sorry
I said,
that
no,
I
no,
know.
We're
no.
gonna be this recording, so thank you.
Yeah, he just asked me for a sandwich.
Hello.
Mic check.
To the mic.
We're going to do that industry right after I say this. Well, right after I introduce the Hall of That's operating those.
Yes, that was my second.
We're trying to figure out if things are
Yes, I will just how long his remarks are, and then tell Eric over there that we'll probably have to jump to his, he knows where I'm looking at him. We're going to have to jump to his slide. I'll go find out.
Okay. Hey, Allison. No. Go ahead. So after I ask everybody to stand who's in the hall. Good afternoon, everybody. If you all start taking your seats, we're going to get underway with the program here in just a minute. Huh? Ask Allison, I think so. Is Tommy Blinko at our table? Tommy Blinko at our table? Hey, Allison, if you want to set him there, you can. I won't be there. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
All right, I'm going to be coming to you with this golfer's voice. Coming up on the stage is going to be Eric Gregory, president of the Kentucky Distillers Association. He has been instrumental in the resurgence of laws getting passed for Kentucky bourbon.
2-minute warning, everyone. If you would start to take your seats, please. Thank you.
And here we go. Eric Gregory.
All right, 1 minute warning, everybody. Please take your seats. And I believe you can go ahead and start eating your salad. Right, Allison? Allison, they need to go and start eating their salad, right?
We can live with a little. Yeah, I'm leaving for Baltimore right after this, going to the airport.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, I do that.
And now, Eric Gregory. I think.
I'm just going 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, Gregory checks his watch one more time. The crowd is absolutely bustling with past Hall of Famers, executives in the bourbon industry, titans of industry, as well as media throughout.
All right, everybody, the governor has been seated, so we're getting ready to start. Please take your seats. And you can start eating your salad, too. There's going to be lunch catered all throughout the day, so please keep eating. Don't let me interrupt you. All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for coming to the 2023 Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We're thrilled to be here today at Logstill and welcome our 21st class of inductees. So the Bourbon Hall of Fame is old enough to drink this year, right? All right. What a beautiful day in our Commonwealth, and what a fantastic venue we have here. You know, one of the reasons that we moved to Logstill this year is because of the weather. We've been blessed with great weather at my old Kentucky home for the last few years, but we chose an inside location this year because we figured that, you know, we were living on borrowed time with the weather here in September. Y'all know how that goes, right? If we were at my old Kentucky home right now, it would either be 95 degrees or pouring down rain. So we're glad to be here. And I want to say a special thank you to Wally, Lynn, and Charlie Dan for their terrific team for hosting this year. Wally, Lynn, y'all please stand up so we can thank y'all. Charlie, y'all please. Thank you so much. Now, if you've been here a few years, you've heard me say this before. The Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame is my absolutely favorite event of the year. It's the one time when we all get together and celebrate our successes, cheer bourbon's heroes, and toast those gone by. There's always some laughter, especially with this year's crew, because we have Bill Samuels doing introductions and Fred Noe doing introductions, so you know there's going to be some good laughter today. And there's always some times that we have a few tears. And now that we have legalized betting, Governor, here in the state of Kentucky, yes, woo-woo, yeah. The odds of my good friend Andrea Wilson getting a little misty today when she introduces Joe we're at even money right now, Andrea, okay? But at the end of the day, you can count on one thing. It's a sure bet. The unity and camaraderie of our signature industry shines brighter than ever before. And y'all deserve a round of applause for working together so much and making this such a great industry. At the KDA, that spirit of collaboration is the foundation of everything we do. So allow me just a couple of minutes here to get a few introductions out of the way. First of all, this day wouldn't be possible without your hardworking KDA staff. So I don't know where they all are, but Adam, Mandy, Colleen, Marielle, Sarah, Jack, Annie, and last but not least, Allison DeLand, who put together. Y'all please wave your hands or something. There's Allison back there, Jack. We've got a fantastic crew. We're so lucky. And it also today wouldn't be possible without the hard work, dedication, and vision of the KDA Board of Directors. So please, let me ask members of the KDA Board to stand so you can be recognized and thanked. I know we got Chris Morris here, who's our chairman, Jessica Pendergrass, vice chair, Kevin Smith, who's our immediate past chair, Kave, who's the secretary, Gigi is here, Gigi DeDan from Angels Envy, Lynn Dant, vice chair of our craft committee, Rob Samuels from Maker's Mark, Andrew Wilson from Michter's, Colin Blake from Moonshine U, Tyler Harris and Tyler Holloway, both of White Dog. Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? All right, thank you all so much for what you do. And let me ask you another question real quick. If you've ever served on the KDA Board of Directors, will you stand? Let's see how big this crew is. Yeah, they were getting some more. Campbell. Mr. Samuels is the longest serving board member, along with Mr. Russell, for 43 years. Thank you. And we also have members of our Leadership Academy here with us today. The KDA Leadership Academy is something we created to help the next generation of our executives and distillers learn how to work together, continue to collaborate, just as we do at KDA. So we've got them here. If they would stand real quick. We have Autumn Nethery from Jephthah Creed, Owen Martin from Angels Envy, Brittany Rogers from Castle and Key, Cameron Leali from Rabbit Hole, Stacy Banks from Heaven Hill, Landon Foster from Lux Row, and Freddie Noe from Beam Suntory. There you are. Y'all please say thanks to them. Now, before I get to the governor real quick, one thing I want to do, because this is something that we always do every year, and these are the people who have built this industry for generations. And I want to remind them too, before we ask them to stand up, anybody who's a member of the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, please remember at the end of the ceremony today, come up to the stage because we're going to get a group photo. So saying that, if you are a member of the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, please stand so we can recognize you and thank you for all your commitment to our signature industry. And speaking of commitment to our signature industry, we're very fortunate today to have Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear back with us. Last year, Governor Beshear became the first sitting governor to ever speak and attend a Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame event, and he did such a fantastic job, we invited him back. Governor Beshear has long been one of our industry's strongest supporters, and we dearly thank him for his leadership and partnership in keeping Kentucky the one true, authentic home for bourbon. Now, there's going to be an official press release on this in a couple of weeks, but the KDA recently honored Governor Beshear with our prestigious 100 Proof Award for going above and beyond in his service and leadership to our industry, particularly when it comes to the 3 T's, tariffs, taxes, and tourism. You've been a fantastic supporter. Everybody, please rise and welcome Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
The crowd erupts in a standing ovation. No doubt connected to the ad valorem tax report.
Thank you all. That was great for my self-esteem. Thank you. I am Andy, and I was proud last year to be the first sitting governor to speak at the Bourbon Hall of Fame. I'm proud this year to be the first governor to speak 2 straight years at the Bourbon Hall of Fame. And I'm looking forward next year to being the first governor to speak 3 straight years at the Bourbon Hall of Fame. I want to thank Eric for that kind introduction, and what a great job he does. Let's make sure we recognize him. And I'm excited to be back at Log Still with Wally and the amazing Dant family who continue to build out this incredible facility. Got to be here on the first day that this room and this facility was open as he continues to build what I describe as the Disneyland of bourbon. Wally, thank you for hosting us. To everyone working here today, thank you for making this a memorable event for so many people who have worked in this industry. And there is no better way to celebrate Bourbon Heritage Month than with the great folks like Eric and his team at the Kentucky Distillers Association. From tirelessly promoting this signature Kentucky industry to growing the Bourbon Trail into a tourism phenomenon, to raising the most funds to help us rebuild after the tornadoes in the west and the flooding in the east, the KDA is an essential Team Kentucky partner. Let's have a round of applause for the KDA. Bourbon is America's native spirit. And during a time when Kentucky's whole economy is absolutely on fire, this industry continues to play a unique dual role in attracting investments and representing Kentucky throughout the world. As much as anything made, bourbon represents us. It represents Kentucky. It represents our warm welcome, our rich character. It speaks of our land and it speaks of our people. Bourbon's rise to the very top of the global spirits trade has boosted sales and it's made you ambassadors. Now, for so many, maybe even most across the world, the first introduction that people have to Kentucky is bourbon. It's what shows them what we're able to do, our innovation, our ingenuity, our hard work, our artistry, what you and your amazing product do throughout the world is give Kentucky such a good name that helps us in so many ways. That's why I wanted to make sure that we could continue to ship it throughout the world. One of my proudest moments as governor is working with U.S. Secretary of Commerce and my good friend Gina Raimondo to remove the harmful bourbon tariffs. I remember going into her office and her saying, "Andy, were you watching my confirmation hearing?" And I said, "Well, no." And she said, "I know, you were calling me during it." And I remember the day she looked at me on my 3rd meeting I'd gone to D.C. on this issue and said, "I got a call after it. I'm on it. This is one of our top priorities." The removal of those tariffs ensures that you all have fair markets, that you can continue to expand, that we can export a Kentucky proud product throughout the world. Bourbon success continues to benefit so many Kentucky families, and the momentum shows there is no signs of it slowing. Our bourbon and spirits industry is a $9 billion industry. It has an estimated annual payroll of $1.23 billion. Most importantly, it employs 22,500 Kentuckians, meaning you help put food on the table for 22,500 families. Let me tell you, while that number is incredible, a job is not a number. A job is something that brings dignity to an individual, security to a family, and opportunity for the next generation. And we are grateful that all that dignity, all that opportunity, and all that security that bourbon brings to our Kentucky families. Since the start of my administration, we have welcomed more bourbon expansion projects at bigger numbers of investment than ever before in our history. Together, we've announced more than 90 spirits-related new location expansion projects for $3.5 billion of new investment in Kentucky. And 1,600 new Kentuckians had that dignity of work, security for their families, and opportunity for that next generation. Bourbon also helps support and drive Kentucky agriculture. Distillers here use more than 13.5 million bushels of Kentucky-grown corn every year. And bourbon drives tourism, one of the main drivers in our Commonwealth. Last year, 2022, Kentucky set an all-time record for the economic impact of tourism in our state. We brought in $12.9 billion in tourism last year, and it supported 91,600 jobs. A lot of that success comes from this industry at great places like Log Still. The KDA reported that more than 2.1 million people visited the Bourbon Trail last year, making it the best year for the Bourbon Trail in the history of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And at the same time, we were setting records in tourism. You all were helping us set records in investments. Last year, a record $2.1 billion of new investment from the bourbon industry here in Kentucky. Folks, that's not just a record. That's $500 million more than in any previous year. I'm happy to say that that momentum continues to go strong. You look at just the announcements from this year alone, from Henderson Distilling Company, to Bluegrass Distillers, to Campari Group, to Bluegrass Bottling, to Eastern Light Distilling, to Penny Royal Barrel Company, to Heaven Hill as they filled their 10 millionth barrel. And just last month, San Francisco-based Bespoken Spirits announced they're relocating their headquarters to Lexington, a new headquarters coming to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, moving from California to where every bourbon headquarters should be. I apologize. Not for that, I don't apologize. I was going to say I apologize if I missed your investment. And if you did, we're grateful for it, and we look forward to talking about it more in the future. KDA's economy Kentucky's economy is on fire. More investment in this last 4-year period, $27 billion than we've ever seen under any governor's term. Our first best year for economic development, 2021. Our second best year for economic development, 2022. And we're living through what's going to be our third best year for economic development right now. And think about what that means for all of us, to have our best years ever back to back to back. It means we have a chance to be the generations that change everything. To not only leapfrog 10 other states' economies, but to be a top 10 state economy. Or to put it another way, we have a chance to leave a collective legacy that is not mine but ours, of more opportunities for our kids and our grandkids than we ever thought was possible. That's the type of transformation happening right now in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And you all, from Mayor, your work in Louisville, to the bourbon industry and the investments that you're making are a special and unique part of it. I know for each of your brands and companies, you're pushing to be the best. But as you're doing that, you're helping us to be our best. I'm here to tell you, Kentucky will never be a flyover state ever again. No one will ever be able to look down their noses at us ever again. And no one's ever going to be able to make fun of our accents ever again. Because I'm telling you, right now, we're the envy of the nation. All our surrounding states are looking at us. And they're saying, Kentucky, how are you doing it? And I'm looking back saying, I'm not telling you. But it's so many people pushing so hard in this room that help make that happen. I mean, last year, thanks to your work and so many others, number 2 in per capita economic development in the country, that was us. Number 3 in the creation of rural jobs. Number 5 in Site Selection's Prosperity Cup rankings, but for the first time ever, number 1 in our region, beating out these 2 states called Tennessee and Texas. What you do helps move our state forward in so many ways. And with jobs that we're announcing every single day, your tourism brings people to Kentucky, gives them an amazing time, and at the end lets us say every day's like this in Kentucky, to hopefully get more people to move here, to be a part of our economy and our way of life, and to ultimately help continue for us to grow. And this period that we're moving into gives us a chance to do something special, living out this growth, supercharging our economy, but doing it with our faith and our values. See, I believe in the golden rule that says we love our neighbor as ourselves, and I believe in the parable of the Good Samaritan, which says everyone is our neighbor. Well, folks, with your continued work, we're getting close to having a good job for every Kentuckian. We can get healthy enough, trained enough, and educated enough to fill. So think about what that means that we can do while filling the positions you need filled to combat generational poverty, to restore hope where hope has been lost, to get prosperity to every part of the Commonwealth and every neighborhood in our cities. We have a chance to do that right now and to do it together. So I want to thank you all in this industry for continuing to invest, and feel free to continue to expand and invest. Our phone is ready. We want to stand there right next to you. And I want to congratulate both the past winners and inductees in the Bourbon Hall of Fame and those here today. I mean, we're living through the golden age of bourbon, and you all are leaders that help get us there, that take us from times that may have been more difficult to where we are right now, where we see growth upon growth upon growth upon growth, and you continue to do it in Kentucky. Because as you all know, 95% of the world's bourbon is made in Kentucky, and I can certify as a former Attorney General, the other 5% is counterfeit. So to Jerry, the family of Dixie, to my friend Greg, our mayor, to Pete, to my buddy Joe Magliocco, to Dean and my goodness, his service to this county and so long, to Chet and to Trey, congratulations. This is an amazing accomplishment. Each of you have more than earned this, but keep it up. We need your continued leadership. God bless. Thank you all very much.
The room begins to stand, 300 people.
Now, the governor's got to scoot here in a minute, so he's going to miss our toast. But, Governor, we have some special bottles here for you from the Bardstown collection, which is released every year. So feel free to share. I know Rocky would probably love one of these. But we've got...
Not sharing.
We've got 3 here.
Oh, then I will
for
share.
You, so, absolutely. I'll take these down here, too.
I got them.
You got them?
No, I'm not letting these go for anything. I got them. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you again. Thanks, Governor. Thank you, sir. And we look forward to having you back next year. I think he took them with him. So. Okay, let me get back on script here. All right, before we get started with our inductions, please join me in thanking our sponsors and supporters for making today possible. The Bardstown Nelson County Tourist and Convention Commission, the Bardstown Collection that we just talked about, Blue & Co., Bullitt County Tourism, Fred Minnick. Y'all give Fred a hand. Fred's live streaming this, so don't say anything you don't want heard on the internet, too. How many people we got listening right now, Fred? A lot.
There's been about, my mic doesn't work to you. There's been about 400 so far.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Independent Stave Company, Joseph and Joseph Architects, of course, Still Distillery, Mint Julep Experiences, Monks Road, and Vendome and Copper and Brass. So everybody please give a round of hand to our sponsors and partners for making today possible. Now I'm going to get a couple of housekeeping items out of the way. As you've seen, we switched today's celebration to include a luncheon presented by the Bardstown Nelson County Tourist and Convention Commission during all of our programming here. Thank you to Samantha. Where's Samantha today? Right here. Okay, thanks, Samantha. You'll be up here in a few minutes. But don't worry, you're all going to get a chance to mix and mingle if you didn't have beforehand afterwards with members of the class of 2023 in the Breezeway. And this is the Breezeway right out here. As you may know, candidates are nominated each year by the KDA and our member distilleries. A blue ribbon committee, and I mean blue ribbon committee, of renowned Hall of Fame members and bourbon luminaries then review and select the nominees. This year's selection committee includes all living recipients of the Parker Beam Lifetime Achievement Award, including Jimmy Russell from Wild Turkey, Bill Samuels Jr. from Maker's Mark, Max Shapira from Heaven Hill, and Evan Coulsbane from Willett. Serving alongside them are Chris Morris, who's chairman of the KDA Board of Directors and governor of the Order of the Writ. And since Chris serves in dual roles, we needed somebody to represent the KDA, so he chose Kevin Smith, who is our immediate past chairman. Kevin's with Beam Suntory. And I get an appointee, and I actually chose former mayor and noted author Dixie Hibbs of Bardstown, who I appointed to keep all these men in line. So, where's Dixie? Thank you, Dixie. She does a fantastic job. And for the second straight year, the KDA has commissioned glassblowing artist Brooke Forrest White Jr. of Flame Run in Louisville to craft unique and contemporary awards and incorporate bourbon-inspired motifs such as amber colors, oak, copper, and water. Now, Brooke was a protege of famed glassblower Stephen Rob Powell. He couldn't make it last year with us because he was actually working on a huge exhibit to honor Mr. Powell, but we're lucky he's here with us today. So Brooke, if you're with us here, stand up, please, so we can thank you when y'all see these awards. Thank you, Brooke. They're phenomenal. And for those of y'all who received them last year, just in case they weren't heavy enough already, this year, for the first time ever, we've added Kentucky limestone bases from Kentucky Cut Stone in Lancaster to reflect the importance of limestone filter water in the bourbon making process. So the inductees know this, but they're quite heavy, so we please don't drop them. And finally, for our new guests and anyone who hasn't been to the Hall of Fame in a while, here's a quick rundown of the program. So I'm the MC and color commentator, and I pledge to do my best to wrap up by 2 o'clock today. So I know y'all have got parties and other celebrations to go to. And as we put up the slide for each inductee, I'll ask someone to come up and formally introduce them. Now, we've had a tradition in past years that someone not from their distillery or company to do the introductions, because bourbon transcends brand lines. And whenever possible, we would like that person to be a current Hall of Fame member. But we've had to break from that tradition a little bit this year because in many cases, the bond between the presenter and the inductee was just way too strong. Okay, we're getting ready to get going here, but before we start introducing this year's class, we would like you all to stand real quick for a moment of silence to honor 3 of our leaders who we've lost in the past year and hopefully will one day see again. The first is Mark Harris, co-founder of White Dog Trading and Storage. Mark left us in May. He was only 63 years old. Christopher Miller, founding partner and former president of Kentucky Artisan Distillery, died in June. Chris was only 61 years old. And last November, we lost Richard Wolf, who is the managing principal of Wolf Consulting, former vice president and general manager of Buffalo Trace Distillery, and Richard was the chairman of the board of directors of KDA during the relaunch to the full-time association in 2008 and 2009. Richard, a true friend and supporter of our industry, was also only 63. So please, if you'll just bow your heads for just a moment of silence so we can remember these 3 people who did so much for our industry. Thank you. All right, we ready to go? Yeah. All right, I'm never short of words, but I've talked enough today, so I'm gonna get out of the way and let the stars shine here. We will now recognize 8 distinguished individuals who have made a significant and transformational impact on Kentucky bourbon's stature, growth, and awareness. This is the highest honor given by our signature industry. So our first inductee, real quick story. Back in January, I texted Kevin Smith of Jim Beam, Kevin, stand up again so we can say thanks to you. Thanks, Kevin. And I sent him a link to an hour-long video by someone named Bourbon Sasquatch. I'm not making this up. Seriously, his handle was Bourbon Sasquatch, called Get Jerry Dalton into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. Kevin texted me back and remarked how incredible it was that we've reached a new level where individuals outside of the KDA membership are going to such great lengths to promote somebody for the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. So it was no surprise when a few weeks later, when we started accepting applications, Kevin texted me and said Fred Noe was going to nominate Jerry Dalton to the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. So please welcome Fred Noe, a 2000 inductee of the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, 7th generation master distiller at the James B. Beam Distilling Company, and more importantly, Freddie's dad, to introduce Jerry O. Dalton.
Thank you. It's my honor to be here to actually introduce my friend, and actually he was kind of a mentor to me. And it was funny, a lot of people don't realize it, but Jerry was giving me a little more insight into the chemical part of how to make bourbon at the Beam Distillery. And Jerry was pretty serious about this. I didn't know what I was getting into, and they said, well, Jerry's going to kind of give you a little teaching. Well, Jerry made up written tests. Hell, it took me 8 years to get out of college. But getting back to Jerry, Jerry worked in the bourbon industry for 22 years before his retirement in 2007. He began his career in the bourbon industry as a chemist for Barton Brands there in Bardstown. Jerry and his lovely wife Judy, also his high school sweetheart, moved into the house directly behind my dad and me. I don't know if that was a blessing for Jerry or a problem. Being Booker's next door neighbor can be good, it can be bad, but it can also be intoxicating. Jerry's passion for the bourbon industry led him to join Jim Beam, where he worked for us for 12 years. During his career at Jim Beam, Jerry rose through the ranks and became the Master Distiller from 1998 to 2007. Jerry was the first and only non-Beam family member to be the Master Distiller at Jim Beam. That was probably pretty tough for him. At times people were wondering, well, how'd you get this deal? But he did a hell of a job. I'll give him credit. Jerry was also very innovative. He led experiments for us at Beam for years, one of which he experimented with 6 different grains, which later, after he retired, I never did figure out why they waited till after everybody who was involved with this experiment but me had retired. And I said, well, they said, what are we going to do with these barrels? I know Kevin was involved with it. I said, well, hell, let's sell them. That's what we usually do with bourbon. But Jerry actually, with some of the other guys at the Boston Booker Noe facility, experimented with 6 different grains that we had never fooled with before. These barrels laid, and it later became our Jim Beam Signature Series Harvest Collection. There was such little inventory that we had to put it in 375 bottles so we could get a little distribution on it. But it was a great, innovation, and we've actually revisited some of the mash bills that Jerry helped innovate back years and years ago. I know when Jerry and Dad were meeting, a lot of times in our backyard, a lot of times in the chairs behind the door, they were talking a lot of business. Maybe a little bullshit, but that's what distillers do, and Dad really respected Jerry because, when we were going through, the industry was going through a little issue with some EC levels. I know Jerry was working at Barton, but some of the meetings that Dad and Jerry had in our backyard were really helping the whole industry try to figure out what the hell was going on with our product. But we got through it, and everything was good. I always say Jerry's dedication and passion for bourbon have made him a respected, figure in our industry. Jerry retired, and when Kevin and me talked about it, I said, I thought Jerry was in the Hall of Fame. And then I found out we wouldn't, and I said, well, shit, we got to take care of that. I really say he's left a lasting legacy, because Jerry helped me understand a lot of the stuff that goes on at our distillery. The chemical stuff. Dad was kind of, you do this, you do that. Jerry dug a little deeper and made sure I understood it with those tests he gave me. I still got some of those tests, Jerry. I'm going to pull a couple of them out and maybe whip them on Freddie and see if he can pass them. We'll see. But he really was. He's a great guy, and I enjoyed working with you, Jerry. The day you departed, it was kind of funny. We were at our distillery. It was actually during the Hall of Fame, if I'm not mistaken. We had a breakfast down at the distillery during the Bourbon Festival, and Jerry said, I'll see you, bud. I said, what? He said, I'm out of here. We did a little breakfast for the media, and hell, he was ready to roll, and he rolled right out of there. And I said, damn, he's not even hanging around at all, no party or nothing. But anyway, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce my friend, Jerry Dalton to the 2023 class of the Bourbon Hall of Fame.
All 300 people are standing, clapping. Dr. Dalton is taking the podium. He replaced Booker Noe.
Let's see, I've used up half my allotted time getting up here.
He's a big fan
I'm going to have
of
to
Knob
hurry.
Creek.
I wanted to impart some words of wisdom, and I took stock to my inventory and discovered that I don't have any. So what I want to do is some thank yous. I want to thank the KDA for bestowing this honor on me. I truly appreciate it. I'll cherish it, and I'll try to protect the honor like I tried to protect the beam process. I want to thank my family, Christy and Michael, Dan and Patricia, and Maddie, who hasn't made it yet. But I want to thank them for their forbearance, putting up with me for all these years. I want to thank the Noe family, Booker and Annis, Fred and Sandy. I owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude, and will be eternally grateful for their help and their encouragement. They were good business associates, great neighbors, and excellent friends, and I truly appreciate it. Excuse me. I want to thank Steve Akeley and Kevin Rose for their advocacy, getting me from relative obscurity to this point, which I never anticipated. So thank you, fellas. Truly appreciate it. I want to thank, by the way, I'm extremely hopeful that Booker and Annis and my wife Judy are sitting on the front porch of a cloud somewhere, having a little snort of the angel's share and watching these proceedings. I want to thank all of the people that I worked with and that I learned from for all the help. I want to thank the people who showed up day after day through freezing weather and boiling hot weather, flood, and fire. Fred, by the way, was the captain of the boat that we used to get our work crews to work in the spring of '97. So did a good job there. He used me for an anchor when he needed it, but so I truly accept this award, at least in large part, on behalf of all those people that I worked with and, as I said, that I learned from. I also want to thank you, the patrons of our business, the people who consume our product and who are willing to show up to an event like this and listen to old people carry on. So given all that, I extend my best wishes, good spirits, and may you never thirst. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Bud.
I'll take your work back. Thank you for. Now, I didn't know it, but the Bourbon Sasquatch is sitting right here. So I truly love this day. Our next nominee actually served on the KDA board in 2007 and 2008 as the representative and alternate from Barton Brands. But he really made his mark when he retired in 2011 and opened his own consulting firm, helping distilleries around the state set up their operations and by teaching at the KDA's educational member, Moonshine University. I mean, y'all should have seen all the letters of support that we had attached to his application from distilleries all around the state. And in fact, we're actually breaking new ground here today because our next nominee, Pete Kamer, is the first Hall of Famer to be nominated by the KDA's craft distillery members. So now please welcome Colin Blake, Director of Spirits Education from Moonshine University, to introduce Pete Kamer, owner of Distillery Engineering.
I cannot express how thrilled I am to be up here introducing Pete Kamer. Not only because he's a great man and a friend to everybody in this industry, because he embodies what this industry is as a whole. Now, the consumer side of bourbon lovers definitely probably look at us and think, well, there's a whole bunch of different companies making world-class juice and getting it out to the world for us to drink. And while that is true, those of us who work in this industry know that it's a family. And no one embodies that more than Pete. Now, every family has the kooky aunt and the weird sibling, but they also have that rock-solid person that you can call at any time for anything, and that's Pete. Now, Pete is the heart of so many different distilleries, and that's why so many people are proud to call him their metaphorical brother, dad, and sometimes grandpa. So this is a great honor because Pete is a behind-the-scenes engineer, not the type of person who's normally celebrated with these honors. Normally, it's more public-facing people, master distillers, brand owners, politicians. So this is not only rare, but this really showcases how important Pete and engineers are to this overall distilling industry. Now, Pete started his career in distilling in 1978 at Seagram's, where he became a part of every facet of that business, from distilling to bottling and plant operations and plant engineering. He worked there until 1985. He says he left because there was a better opportunity, but I think it's time people know Pete. It's not because of a better opportunity, it's because when they launched their wine coolers, instead of hiring Pete, the Seagram's Wonderkin, they hired that no-name actor Bruce Willis to promote that product, when we know it should have been you. Now, in 1985, he went to work for Barton as their engineering manager, where he headed up efficiencies, expansions, and everything in between. It was at Barton and his tenure there where really his knowledge grew and his reputation grew. But it wasn't his time at Barton that ultimately led to this honor. It's the second chapter in his career. And that's when he retired into working much more than he did before and starting his own business, Distillery Engineering, that I and thousands of other people got to cross paths with Pete. When we were getting ready to open at Moonshine University, we had an open house and Pete showed up to that. And we were giving him a tour through the distillery, and he, in his very Pete way, was pointing out, well, you might want to think about changing this, and that's not quite installed right. And after a 5-minute tour with Pete, we had a $10,000 bill worth of repairs that we needed to do. So as we were writing painful check after painful check, all we could say is, man, I wish we would have had Pete before we started this entire process. And that's why we quickly drafted him to be one of our teachers. And he teaches several classes at Moonshine University where he is not only a staple, he is a fan favorite. If he is not teaching in front of the classroom or in the distillery, he is being asked questions by absolutely everyone, which represents students from around the world. Now, Pete has been part of the origin story of over 200 distilleries that have opened from students from our facility. He has had a part and a hand in over 1,500 different people making their journey in this industry better or starting it all together. Pete has helped out such beloved big brands and companies like Diageo, Lux Row, Michter's, Willett, Jim Beam, but he's also a champion of the craft distilling world and new distilleries alike, helping out smaller distilleries like Copper and Kings, Limestone Branch, Preservation, Log Still. You had nothing to do with this room, I'm assuming, but the distillery, amazing. And then Green River, Bardstown Bourbon Company, and the list goes on and on. Pete has designed everything from 150-gallon pot still distilleries all the way up to massive 72-inch column still distilleries and everything in between. And he not only does all the engineering and layout, he helps train the operators and distilleries so that when those distilleries open their door, they are the best they can be from day one. And when they do open that door, and that spotlight shines down on the distillers and the distillery, Pete graciously fades into the wings. But not today. Today, it is time to celebrate Pete and all the things that he has done for his bourbon family through his 45-year career. And I am thrilled to welcome you to the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame.
The whole room stands with applause. Most of these people had Pete come in their distilleries.
Look right at that photographer right there, Rob. Sure. Okay. Yeah, we don't want words on your face. Okay, I'll have this over here. Wait.
I brought a half a box of Kleenexes because I'm going to give Andrea a run for her money on the Waterworks factory. And basically, I'm just really thankful. Matter of fact, I'm going to steal a line from Tommy Blanco, who says, "It's just not fair being me. Life has been so good." I want to thank a whole lot of people because I didn't get here by myself. I wasn't born knowing any of this stuff. And first of all, I want to start out thanking my mom and dad, who really taught us that we lost our mom a couple years ago, that you never do just kind of enough to get by. You do all your best. You do the best every day, and you try to do as much as you can. And I want to thank my brothers and sisters. My family is basically a living Rolodex. I've got lawyers, doctors, engineers, accountants, CPAs, and people who've been very successful in business. And now that has gone on down to my nieces and nephews and my very own children. Tony is in the business. And no matter what I need, I can pick up a phone in about 3 seconds, have at least a contact or know somebody or find who I need to talk to. The other people I want to kind of thank is my first job was at Seagram's. And Seagram's was a wonderful place to learn the trade. And if you cut the industry where there's other engineers building these distilleries, there seemed always to be a couple guys from Seagram's that keep turning up. So it's a wonderful school, a great place to go and learn the trade. And I want to thank a lot of the people who were the hourly people. I'm the guy who asked 5,000 questions. Why? Why do we do this? Why shouldn't we do that? How do you do this? And there's an awful lot of people who were mechanics, machinists, line operators, distillery employees, and everybody else who took time to show me how and why and where you do these things. And that's where I learned my trade. And then going to Barton, I left there, and basically the reason I left Seagram's is when the plant in Louisville closed, I wound up moving over into their international, or into their engineering group that was stationed in Louisville. But I was never home, and I had a daughter, Sarah. And didn't get to see her. Tony was on the way. But I got an offer. A guy named Chuck Brock called me about 10 times. And it turned out that he knew the guy that had worked with him at Seagram's, who knew I really wasn't very happy traveling all over the country doing things. And he kept calling me and telling me that I needed to come. And I finally had agreed to have lunch with him and decided to take the job at Seagram's, at Barton. And it turned out to be the best thing that could ever happen. I wound up raising my 2 kids. The school they went to was a block away. The fields they played on were just right there. So moving to Bardstown was an absolutely beautiful thing. And you know, you tell people, I hear a story that says, if you really want to make God laugh, tell him your plans, because it never works out that way. I never dreamed I'd be working in Bardstown. And then I got there, I was about 28, 29 years old, and I looked like I was 12. And so people at first didn't even believe I was an engineer, much less an engineering manager, much less somebody with some power at Barton. So it was kind of interesting. People would walk in and want to talk to, they want to talk to the engineer. Well, that's me. Well, I want to talk to the engineering manager. Well, that's me. And so it was interesting. But I also want to thank salesmen and people who came to work at our place. And I've got a brother-in-law now who I met some of his salesmen. He goes, when we came to see you, you always asked more questions than anybody else for the rest of the week. You know, we had to be on our game when we came to see you. So that's the thanks I want to give out to all the people who helped me get to where I am. The next one I want to thank are the distillery owners and people who invested their money and hired me to help me, let me work for them and train and design and build their distilleries. I tell you what, working in the distilling industry, I don't think I really worked a day in my life. I loved it. I mean, just absolutely loved it. And I got to back up. One of the first things I should have done was my wife, Gail, that she puts up with me. I take calls when we're eating dinner from people who have equipment that's down and won't run, or they got a problem with the still, and I'm sitting there eating dinner. I'm supposed to be, kind of being in the dinner with her. And I'm talking to people about how to adjust the steam on the still or get the proof to where they want it to be. So thank you, Tim, for putting. She lets me do Zoom calls when we're on vacation in Florida so that we can keep distilleries on schedule to try to get them built. It's just wonderful. They just, you just can't thank enough people. Another one, and Colin, I want to thank him very much for nominating me and for being my presenter. I couldn't have picked a better one. But they've also given me a stage, and with everything that everybody has given me, I always felt I needed to give back. And I found that home at Epicenter. Literally, I've probably taught, 2,000, 2,500 people in the different classes that we've taught. And a whole lot of those people have become friends, and a whole lot of them have become people that I work for later on. And it's just amazing being able to share what I have learned and teach them and see them grow and become very prosperous. And over the course of the 12 years, I have worked for over 100 different distilleries, and I don't remember, what was the count, 26 or 28 different states. And I just, made friends everywhere and have become, it's just been absolutely wonderful. And I want to thank also the team at Busick. I've done quite a few distilleries with them. And that team, I've gotten to the point where I say 2 words and they know the whole rest of the paragraph. So being able to do this work is really beginning to, become easy and fun. Another one I want to say to Jerry, look at Barton. Here's Jerry and I were working at Barton at the same time. So talk about a wonderful factory and a place where we could learn and figure out how to make all this stuff go the way it goes. So it just is, I've just been absolutely blessed. And then I'm going to steal another line from politicians is you never let a good disaster go to waste. Well, I'm going to kind of paraphrase it and say I want to never let a perfectly good awards thing go to waste. So I got all you people, so I'm going to kind of bend your ear a little bit. There are a whole lot of people who are just like me, who are the engineers, who do the consulting work, and not just engineers. They help you with your front of your house operations and everything else. I think some of them need to be in here. They deserve it just as much as I do. They've helped you build wonderful distilleries and make things really work. And also, the people down in your distilleries, think about how hard it is to keep your house and your car running. I guarantee those bottling lines and those distilleries are a hell of a lot harder to run than to make your distillery run, to make your household run. And there's a lot of people down there who have really put their hearts and things in it. They show up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and they're there when you need them. And those are the people we kind of need to maybe include a few of them in here and think about them. They're what makes the whole place run. The other one is, I want to kind of touch on for a minute, is in Nelson County and Bardstown, people who didn't know who I was or where I was have had some negative things to say about the industry. And there are always naysayers and people who don't like you or whatever, but that's okay. So what we got to do is we got to do a better job and continue to do. Some of them do wonderful jobs. Some of the little distilleries do a lot better job than some of the big guys. That we need to reach out into our communities and help where we can help. We got wonderful IT people, engineers, mechanics, and everything else. And when they need help, just kind of give them some help. You don't even need your name on it. You earn a hell of a lot more credit, and you get a good place. You develop that respect and the feeling of the community that you're going to need someday when the chips are down. You count your friends when your chips are down. So those are kind of my words there. So I'm going to wrap it up. I want to thank the KDA and everything else. When I got the call from Eric that asked me the dumbest question I've ever heard, would you be in the Hall of Fame? Oh, God. I collapsed. Shit, yeah. I'm delighted. So I want to thank the KDA and the board and everybody who wrote that. I understand from Colin there were quite a few letters, and I've seen a number of them that were written. They're absolutely beautiful letters that are written that recommended me, and I thank everybody. I just don't know what else to say.
Well said. And believe it or not, we've had people turn us down before. Most of them are politicians for some reason or another, but we've actually had people. So I make sure to ask that question, will you accept the nomination into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame? And Pete's right, 99.9% of them say yes. So very, very thankful for that. Okay. Our next inductee, I'll never forget the first time I asked him about not only his whiskey, but his vision for the future. The Michter story actually dates back to 1753 in Pennsylvania. And it actually ended there when the distillery closed on Valentine's Day. That's a little ironic, in 1990. A few years later, Joe Magliocco resurrected the abandoned trademark to that and the brand. And in 2011, he and another inductee today, Mayor Greg Fischer in Louisville, announced that their new distillery would be building in downtown Louisville. So when we were talking about this, I asked Joe, with 230 years of distilling history, and I think even a National Historic Landmark in Pennsylvania, why didn't you build there? And I will never forget his response. He said, Eric, I knew if I was going to be serious about making bourbon, I had to be in Kentucky. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. All right. So please welcome Andrea Wilson, a member of the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame of Class of 2022, the first woman to ever chair the KDA Board of Directors in 2009, and the Chief Operating Officer and Master of Maturation for Michter's Distillery, to introduce Joseph J. Magliocco, founder, whiskey maker, and CEO of Michter's Distillery.
Andrea Wilson also worked at Diageo for a period of time.
All right, hanky in hand.
Boy, she's prepared.
Taking on the challenge. All right, it's a tremendous honor to be chosen today to introduce the president of Michter's Distillery, Joseph J. Magliocco. Joe's been working in the industry for over 40 years, serving on the board of the Kentucky Distillers Association for many of them. For over a quarter of a century, he's worked tirelessly to resurrect the storied Michter's brand, that closed its doors in Pennsylvania in 1989. Joe entered the wine and spirits industry after attending Yale College and graduating from Harvard Law School, and was intimately familiar with Michter's through his college days of imbibing, bartending with, and selling Michter's. Upon learning of the closure, he began his work to restart the brand. After paying the $245 trademark application fee, Joe successfully acquired the abandoned trademark in the 90s. The first strategic decision he faced was whether to resurrect Michter's in Pennsylvania or Kentucky. Under the mentorship of Richard Dick Newman, Joe chose Kentucky. This choice was rooted in the knowledge that Kentucky is the true home of bourbon, with so many immensely talented people. Joe and his family's story is an inspiring story. The rebuilding of a wonderful old brand is a story of perseverance and passion. While Joe may not be born and raised in Kentucky, he has demonstrated that good old Kentucky determination and commitment for creating great quality Kentucky bourbon and rye. He resurrected a brand at a time when it was not lucrative to get into the American whiskey business. Now the brand is highly regarded all over the world for its commitment to quality. Joe is a consummate champion of the Kentucky bourbon industry and continues to build a legacy by focusing on the standard of excellence that bolsters the sophistication and quality of American whiskey overall. Joe is a visionary leader who operates with the highest level of integrity and determination, which I also happen to know runs in the family. He continues to invest to build the legacy of Michter's with his brothers John Magliocco and his late brother Nino Magliocco. He's expanded the brand's reach to more than 60 countries globally through the outstanding efforts of his son, Matt Magliocco, in tandem with the equally outstanding marketing and communication strategy of his niece, Catherine Magliocco. Many may not know or forget, Michter's is a family business. And with all of this, he never misses a moment to speak with writers or extend his gratitude to those who take the time to share a story or a kind word. So I asked some of Joe's peers to share some thoughts, and here's what 3 amazing industry colleagues had to say. Max Shapira from Heaven Hill. The old adage that states that one makes lemonade out of lemons, doing that in our industry, we would have to say one makes bourbon out of corn, rye, and malted barley. And our inductee, Joe Magliocco, has done more than this by taking a moribund brand, Michter's, seeing its potential and turning it to one of the great bourbon brands in our industry. It has taken him years of discovery, nurturing, patience, vision, and dedication to achieve this. Welcome, Joe, to the Bourbon Hall of Fame. Well deserved. Bill Samuels Jr., Maker's Mark. Back in the early 90s, we were trying to convince Kentucky House and Senate leadership that Kentucky's economic interests would be best served by making our distillery laws more investment friendly. I even made the point we would likely attract some smart new community leaders in the process. All agreed that would be a good thing. Our legislature responded positively, and very shortly thereafter, Joe Magliocco showed up with Michter's on his back and became the poster child for the new community leadership we had promised. Thank you, Joe, for being such a great industry partner and an A+ community leader. You are the best. Campbell Brown, Brown-Forman. I find the entire Michter's story compelling at every turn. Joe and the Magliocco family have honored the brand and the entire bourbon category in how they have approached the development and presentation of Michter's to consumers around the world. The attention to process, ingredients, and storytelling has been phenomenal. In many respects, Joe's love of this brand, business, and industry has brought him close to our community. He is a leader philanthropically. He is powerfully engaged in important conversations impacting policy, and he pays taxes in both New York and Kentucky. I am, and so many of my family and colleagues are proud of the Magliocco's stewardship and leadership within the bourbon business, and it's fantastic to see him recognized for his actions and passionate approach to brand building. Now, I just want to say from my heart, it is an extreme honor to welcome my colleague, my friend, into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. President of Michter's, Joseph J. Magliocco.
Good job. Oh, we're going to go this way. Okay.
Wow, I mean, Campbell, and Max, I believe, is watching today, and I was speaking to Bill before. I mean, just, I don't know what to say. I mean, to hear from people that I literally have the highest respect for is really something, so I just can't thank you all enough. I want to thank Andrea Wilson for those very kind words. You know, one of the best things about my job is I get to work day to day with Andrea. And Andrea is literally a walking, breathing, shining example of every single thing that's good about the Kentucky bourbon industry. I'm really humbled. I'm deeply honored and to be inducted into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. It's populated by legendary people, and I want to congratulate today's very illustrious inductees. It's a quite impressive group. One of my earliest memories is about going to meet my father at the airport when I was about 4.5 years old. It's so long ago that the airport was actually called Idlewild. They eventually changed the name to JFK International. And I know I'm old now. And so but my dad, Tony, a wine and spirits distributor, was returning from a magical city called Louisville. And he told me he was in a magical state called Kentucky. And if anything, over the past 60 years, Kentucky has grown even more magical to me. Kentucky is a truly great state, and a place can't be great without great leadership, and some remarkable individuals who have done so much important public service are here today. We heard from our governor, Andy Beshear. I look out and I see former Louisville Mayor Greg Fischer, who's done so much for the city and so much for the industry. And I see the well-deserved inductee today, former Nelson County Judge Executor Dean Watts. You know, this Kentucky bourbon industry has been built by talented and innovative individuals. There are remarkable generational family businesses. One of them is led brilliantly, and I mean brilliantly, by my friend Campbell Brown, chair of the board at Brown Forman, who's going to be speaking later today. You know, since 1870, when George Garvin Brown had the idea to be the first to sell bourbon, Old Forester bourbon, in sealed glass bottles, Campbell's wonderful family, the Browns, have set the standard for our entire industry. I've marveled at the contributions of other great bourbon families. You know, among them, the Beams, the Morrises, the Noes, the Russells, the Samuels, and of course the Shapiras. There's no shortage of great Kentucky distilleries, but the industry is so much more than just the distilleries. It's our on-premise and retail customers who are so creative and make everything we do possible. It's the coopers, the engineers, the still makers, the farmers, the bankers, the lawyers,
and so many others that are critical to our industry. And of course, so much of the success and the growth of our industry is due to the outstanding coverage of the whiskey media. And as I cite people who've really contributed to the growth of Kentucky bourbon, I'd be extremely remiss if I didn't say how very impressed I've been over a period of years for the work done by Eric Gregory and his team at the Kentucky Distillers Association. They are, I've seen other trade associations that are maybe not as good as you would hope. I mean, this one is outstanding. I mean, really outstanding. My journey in the industry has been a long one, and I'm only here today because of the talented, generous, and kind people I've had the good fortune to work with. With apologies, because I'm sure I'm leaving out somebody who's really important here, but I've had the honor and the good fortune to work with some great Kentucky bourbon people. People like Charlie Wells, Dick Newman, Marshall Berkowitz, Willie Pratt, and Pam Howman. In the present, I am so fortunate to work with a talented team of great individuals, two of whom are here today. Andrea Wilson, our COO and Master of Maturation, and our Master Distiller, Dan McKee. There are so many people who've had a hand in growing Michter's, the bar and the restaurant people who introduced Michter's to so many people, the retailers who recommended us, the whiskey writers who discovered and wrote about this little brand when, just about everybody didn't know whether Michter's was an air conditioner, a car service, or a whiskey, literally. And of course, our distributors and importers who took a big leap of faith and put us on when we were literally doing no business whatsoever in their markets. Most of all, I have to thank my family and close long-time friends who are my family. Today's honor is something that I share with my two brothers, John and Nino. John, a born leader and a brilliant businessman, is here today. Nino is not. Nino was a just brilliant person who unfortunately passed away last year, way too young from cancer. He did it bravely, and he was just quite an example. Whatever progress has been made with Michter's would not have happened without the guidance and the support of my two brothers. The partnership in Michter's continues with John and his wonderful wife, Pat, my sister-in-law, Carla, who's contributed so much to our businesses since Nino's passing, and their accomplished, gifted children, three of whom are here today: Tony Magliocco, Daniel Magliocco, and Chrissy Von Oist. I am so fortunate to work day to day with a terrific and talented niece, Catherine Magliocco, who is in New York City today. She would have been here, but she's soon to deliver her second child. And of course, my son, Matt Magliocco, who has done so very much to build our business. I'm so very proud of Matt. I'm so very proud of the work he's done. I'm so very proud of the young man he is. He's brought his wonderful wife, Yu Ting, and my two adorable grandchildren, Alex and Aurora, into my life. And I'd be very remiss if I didn't mention and thank my partner, Kristen Craven, who is here today with her two terrific children, Katie and Maddie. Kristen is the kindest, most supportive, and best partner anyone could ever have. Again, to each and all of you, my deeply heartfelt thanks. Thank you so much.
Give me just a second.
Next up will be Trey Zoller, introduced by Kaveh Zumaidian.
Okay. Our next inductee is best known for the experimental and creative ways that he blends bourbon. He founded Jefferson's in 1997 with his dad, and we'll get to that later, before craft whiskey was really popular. He's not only been called the mad scientist of whiskey, but he's been called the Marco Polo of bourbon. And he actually might be the first Hall of Famer includes his passion for playing polo. So please let me welcome Kaveh Zumaidian, 2022 Hall of Fame inductee, founder, whiskey maker, and CEO of Rabbit Hole Distillery, to induct Trey Zoller, founder, whiskey maker, and chief strategist of Jefferson's Bourbon.
Thank you, Eric. It's fantastic to be up here again. Folks, it's a pleasure to be up here and have a chance to induct my dear friend. You know, I've known the Zollers for over a decade. I first met Trey's dad, Chet, about 11 years ago. He was incredibly gracious to take a meeting with a budding whiskey maker with no industry experience. We met at Equus in Louisville. He patiently listened to my plan and in response shared his perspective on the state of affairs with bourbon and its rich history and tradition. He told me the story of how he and Trey started Jefferson's Bourbon. I was all ears. It was fascinating. Over a couple of glasses of 18-year-old Jefferson's Presidential Select. You guys know the bottle. The one that now you can only get on a secondary market for $3,000. I think we paid about $20 for 2 healthy pours and had a great conversation. He told me about how he and Trey scored the Stetzer Weller barrels, and at the end of our meeting gave me a signed copy of one of his books that I read voraciously and still cherish to this day. Not long after that, I met Trey through the usual social circles of Louisville, and we struck a friendship. At the time, I was getting Rabbit Hole off the ground, and it was a struggle. I couldn't find a single bank in the state of Kentucky that understood bourbon as a commodity. It's amazing how just in 10 short years, the landscape has changed. It's easy to forget where we were now that bourbon is a $9 billion industry and nearly 2 million plus visitors to the Kentucky Trail every year. Now, banks are clamoring for our business, and venture capital groups and family funds are looking to get into bourbon. It's all good, though. All good for our communities, for the Commonwealth, and for our country to finally, after decades of amnesia, rediscover our nation's native spirit. But with all that excitement, with all the great things that have happened and are happening, the Hall is another thing. We celebrate individuals, we induct them to the Hall of Fame for different reasons. The beauty of the Hall is that each of us who have had the privilege to be inducted has his or her own story, a personal path, and most importantly, unique contribution. That's what's beautiful about the Hall. But mostly, it's special, it's meaningful because we recognize individuals who've sacrificed and showed passion and determination in making Kentucky bourbon what it is today. Sacrifice, passion, and determination. Think about those words. I think about 12 years ago when I started the sleepless nights, the challenges, but I then imagine what was it like 26 years ago when Trey and his dad decided to chase their dream of starting a new bourbon company. It was desolate. It was what the veterans of the industry have called the dark years of bourbon. Think about the courage, the wherewithal, the passion, and the determination to start a bourbon brand when nobody, and I mean nobody, was interested in bourbon. You couldn't give it away. When most folks were making light whiskey, chasing vodka, Trey was purposely focused on quality bourbon that deserves to be on par with the most celebrated whiskeys in the world. He recognized the gems and set out to shed light on bourbon and be on the forefront of its rebirth. And that, my friend, he was. These days, when I'm asked about how to get and navigate the industry, I remind budding bourbon makers that entrepreneurship is a contact sport. And to achieve your goal, you must have a clear vision. Well, Trey had a vision. He had a dream and a vision to start in one of the darkest periods of bourbon, to create a brand and take a different approach to blending and maturation. But let's be frank, Trey is controversial. You either passionately love his work or staunchly critical of it. This is particularly the case when he decided to ship barrels down the river and then oceans to see the impact of movement and climate on bourbon barrels. Some have called it a gimmick. Some have called it genius. I'm not here to judge or take sides, but he did challenge the status quo, and pardon the expression, I do believe it was fucking innovative. It's easy to look at Jackson Pollock's drip painting and say, hell, I could do that. To which I say, well, if you could have, you would have. Innovation is easy when somebody else does it first. It's hard when you're the first one doing it. We need more people like Trey to challenge us to look ahead, because the best days of Kentucky bourbon are ahead. And that's why it is my absolute pleasure and honor to welcome my friend and colleague, Trey Zoller, to the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame.
Kavi, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up here and talking on my behalf and kind of giving the sentiment of what it was like 26 years ago. I look around here and I see the Star Wars of the industry, many of which I've rubbed shoulders with at a time where I certainly didn't belong to. I look right at the first table, Chris, Fred, we did a dinner together probably 1999, 2000. This is when nobody did bourbon dinners. Avalon on Bardstown Road called us up and said, would you all do a bourbon dinner? It was the three of us. I think collectively we might have got a room of about 60 people in there. Chris, you got up first and spoke eloquently as always, in detail about what goes into making a quality bourbon like Woodford Reserve. I got up and baffled my way through the speech, didn't really know what to talk about. Fred, you got up and told some stories that brought the house down. And I quickly learned I need to take the knowledge and the best of both worlds and bring that out to really what I've tried to do for the past 26 years, it feels like 50, which is kind of be the Pied Piper of bourbon. And it's really how I started in the industry, how my dad and I got involved in it, was nothing but passion. We loved Kentucky. My dad, his brother, my uncle, were bourbon historians. I didn't even think about bourbon when I grew up. I just drank it, or I stole it from my father and his friends. It wasn't until I moved to 6 different places around the country, and there's one thing that was consistent: bourbon. Me telling people about the virtues of bourbon and trying to get them to drink bourbon back in a day when nobody wanted to drink bourbon. If they were drinking whiskey at all, it was single malt scotch. Bourbon was the redheaded stepchild of the industry. Julian Van Winkle and I went to the first Whiskey Fest up in New York. I think it was 1989, maybe 1990. Everyone there was there for the Scotch whiskey booze. Julian and I were kind of stuck in a corner. We didn't have many people come visit us, so we decided on the spot while we were there, we would put a deal together. If you buy 5 cases of Pappy Van Winkle, you get a case of Jefferson's Reserve, no charge, or 5 cases of Jefferson's Reserve, and you get a case of Pappy Van Winkle, no charge. We couldn't give it away. The only people that were coming by to see us were the Hasidic Jews of New York. And literally, that community saved Jefferson's Reserve from going under. They embraced us. I sold more bottles in the Hasidic sections of Williamsburg than I did throughout Kentucky or anywhere else in the place. It was a very unique and different time. But it was perseverance. many people said, why didn't you give up on it? The first 10 years, as it was mentioned, we couldn't give bourbon away. But it was for my love of Kentucky and bourbon that I wanted to tell people about how great it was. And after tasting Scotch whiskey, I thought we had such a better product. About the same time, my dad jumped on a plane. It was a Delta flight. In the in-flight magazine, he saw an ad to buy a single barrel of Bushmills Irish whiskey. This was in 1993. He and 4 friends put $1,000 each. They took a trip over to Ireland. They got to kiss the barrel, play some golf, and in the year 2000, that barrel would be matured. And they would go ahead and bottle it up as a 21-year-old Irish whiskey, excuse me. It was at that point that I decided, one, you will pay the equivalent of $13.50 a bottle. Now, when they're bottling it up, it's worth $250 a bottle. That's good margin and good business. But better than that, if you can buy a barrel from Ireland, why can't we buy it from our friends here in Kentucky? And so we started doing that. Many of the barrels that we were purchasing were just from these great guys here in front of me who make tremendous whiskey. Andrea was kind enough to sell me some of the barrels that Kavi was just talking about with that 18-year-old whiskey that helped put us on the map. We were able to be out in the market as really the first people outside of the traditional bourbon families here in Kentucky. I think we were the first newcomers since Prohibition. I knew we couldn't compete with those guys. Economies of scale, they were making great whiskey. But as really kind of the first non-producer distillers, we could take what they had done and put more time, money, and effort into it to hopefully enhance it. So that was back in 1997. 26 years later, we have over 30 different expressions of Jefferson's bourbon, including barrels that we put on ocean. We just launched a product where we finished the barrels for the last 18 months in Singapore. So we've taken this great product that was birthed and raised here in Kentucky, and we're taking it around the world to hopefully enhance it. But not only enhance it, but also introduce the world to what better bourbons are all about. The rest of the world outside of the United States reminds me where that bourbon market was for the United States 15 to 20 years ago, back before the bourbon renaissance, back when we couldn't sell it. And I think we've got so much opportunity. South America, Asia, Europe really haven't found what better bourbons are all about as of yet, but they're about to. They're about to go to the Whiskey Fest now, and the Scotch companies are sitting in the corner. Those are the redheaded stepchildren of the whiskey industry now, and I think we're going to be able to take it there. The people that I've met in the last 26 years have made this such a special experience, a special road, this wild ride that I could not even imagine. I think one common theme that everybody that's gotten up here has said is how damn lucky are we to be in the bourbon industry. And what I've loved more than anything over the last 26 years, when I used to go, and I've been to 50 states, I've been to every city over 500,000 people in the United States, 40 different countries. When I used to tell people I was from Kentucky, they would go, oh, and turn away. They didn't know how to react. Today, it's, hell yeah, my brother just got back from there. I want to go on the bourbon trail. We've got plans to go. I went on it 5 years ago. It has totally changed the perception of Kentucky and Kentuckians. And to be part of that, I'm immensely proud. It's been one hell of a ride. I've worked with so many incredible people along the way, but nothing has been like sharing this experience with my dad. Something that we had a passion about 26 years ago. It's something that we've traveled the world together. We've been to Bob Guccione's penthouse mansion together in. Who in the hell would have thought that would ever have happened? Be able to share this with my dad has been an experience that I could only have dreamt of. And for all of you, I certainly appreciate the experience and
the opportunity to be right here amongst what I think are the greatest people in the greatest industry in the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trey. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you also for y'all's investment, I know with Booker Noe, in that massive distillery going in Lebanon. $250 million, I think it is. I mean, it's huge. Yeah, 100 million here, 100 million there. Yeah, we can't wait to welcome you to the Kentucky Bourbon Show next year, Yeoman. So thanks. And just a couple of quick numbers, just to think, like Trey was saying, how much this industry has grown. He mentioned 1999. Excuse me. In 1999, the state of Kentucky, all the distillers combined, only filled 455,000 barrels combined. Last year, that number was 2.6 million, and it was the fourth year in a row of the all filled more than 2 million barrels. So growth since the turn of the century has been 375%. So thank you all again. Yeah, clap. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great figure. All right, so we're halfway through, and we're on time. I was thinking a lot today about the first Hall of Fame I was at in 2008, and it got me thinking also about our next inductee. At 2009, at our annual meeting in Frankfurt, we officially transitioned from a part-time association to a full-time association, and I had been begging my predecessor, former State Senator Ed O'Daniel. I see Ed out there. Ed, stand up so we can say thank you for your years of service. Ed. I'd been begging Ed for books to read about bourbon so I can, I drank it and I loved it, but I didn't know that much about the history. And he gave me this wonderful Bible of distilling history in Kentucky by a guy named Chet Zoller. And it has been my go-to resource over the past 16 years. And that version is a little tattered and worn, so I bought a new edition, the 4th edition, and Chet tells me today there's a 5th edition coming out soon, and I can't wait to get it autographed today by Chet as the first time him autographing a book as a Hall of Famer. So please welcome Campbell Brown, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Brown-Forman Corporation, to introduce Chester Chet Zoller, author, historian, and co-founder of Jefferson's Bourbon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Eric, KDA. Wally, this is quite a haul. Well done, well played, sir. This is a beautiful venue, and thanks for hosting us. And congratulations to all the inductees on today's events. So my history with the Zoller family, it goes a long way. I moved back to Louisville in 1994, and one of the first people I met was Trey Zoller, and incidentally, I don't find the Guccione story at all surprising. I'm surprised that only you've been there once with your father. But I met the Zollers kind of coming off the plane here, and was quickly introduced to Chet, and like many of us, kind of learned about my own family's history and the history of our industry through the writings of Chet Zoller. And it is then my great privilege to be able to stand up here today in front of all of you and welcome him into the Bourbon Hall of Fame. So Chet Zoller, he's a historian, author, he's a patient father, and he's a bourbon champion. He's a co-founder of Jefferson's Reserve, very old, very small batch Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. And so what are the types of achievements we recognize in individuals that compel us to celebrate and reward lifetime endeavors? In this hall, it's about the role we can play in securing the future of an industry that is intimately and forever tied to the great state of Kentucky. For Chet, it's not complicated. At his core, Chet Zoller is a champion of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He's an advocate for consistency and truth in storytelling and myth-making, and his steadfast support of those things was enough for he and Trey to roll the dice on a bourbon brand that I believe was a beacon of possibility in the earliest days of the darkest period of bourbon making, as we've all already heard about today. And last year, I actually had the chance to go to New York and speak to a bunch of smart industry people where you're not actually supposed to say anything intelligent or give up any sort of secrets, but you have to entertain and be compelling. And I talked about the bourbon boom. And it's I think, Trey, you may have called it a renaissance. I think it is a renaissance. A boom is something that happens, it blows up, it falls all over the place. You're caught picking it up for days and weeks and years. This is a renaissance. And I think Trey and his father found something in the wreckage of the 1991 excise tax increase that we were all kind of struggling with. And I think because we were sitting on a bunch of really good bourbon that had nowhere to go and nothing to do, we were beginning to see the emergence of curious consumers that were asking questions about where things came from and how they were made and why should I drink it and why are you asking me to try your $8 vodka flavored like a licorice stick. It was taking over our shelves and our back bars, and it was a disaster. I came up with Southern Comfort Fiery Pepper. I mean, I hope nobody here has ever had that drink, but that was what our industry was going through at the time. But I think through the wreckage, there came a period of innovation, and I think Trey and his father were at the forefront of that. They showed us how to represent our brands to consumers visually and through excellent innovation in how we could spotlight unique flavors, attributes of our bourbons could deliver to consumers anywhere in the world. And Chet's passion for history, his commitment to creating a Bible that introduced and reinforced Kentucky bourbon drinkers to a spectacular history of bourbon production and to the families that helped create what we are all part of today, played and continues to play an important role in securing the relevance and authenticity of the state's unmistakable leadership in providing our fine nectar to consumers across the planet. So Chet, congratulations on entering the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, of being one of the industry's most reliable, the OG influencer. You did it without TikTok, before collabs were fashionable, and you did it with your family. Who does not love that kind of Kentucky bourbon story? Welcome to the Hall of Fame, Chet. Thank you.
Wasn't sure Campbell had the right guy when I heard that flowery introduction, but thank you. Thank you for my nomination. Thank you to the board for your support of that nomination. I'd love to tell you that Trey and I are part of a blue-blooded bourbon family going back generations, but I can't. I grew up in the south end of Louisville in the shadow of Churchill Downs, a couple of short blocks from a suburban area of Louisville called Shively. From about 1935 to 1980, there were probably 50 or 60 distilleries scattered across Kentucky. A great many of them were in Shively. Yellowstone, Seagram's, Early Times, Old Forester, Stitzelweller were part of that community. Let's fast forward. I practiced law a little bit, got into communications, sold my company, thought I was done. And in 1997, Trey came to me and said, "Dad, let's do something." Well, hell, we were in Kentucky, and it seemed like a reasonable thing to do was bourbon. Well, as it's been referenced before, in 1997, let me give you a picture of the bourbon industry in Kentucky. We were down to 8 distilleries, 2 of which only produced one brand. A third distillery wouldn't even sell their product in the United States. That meant all the other bourbon that was produced came from 5 distilleries. Well, if you went to your local liquor store, there might be a section 5 foot wide with 5 or 6 shelves. That was all the bourbon that was available in Kentucky. If you left Kentucky, people may have heard of it, but they'd never tried it. It had been in a 30-year downward spiral. It was a dead industry. So when we decided to get in the bourbon industry, you can see what astute businessmen we were. In preparation for today's talk, I did a Ben Franklin. You know, that's where you draw the line down the middle of the page and you do the pros and cons. Well, on the con side, we're about to enter a dead industry. We had little or no money. We had absolutely no knowledge of the industry. We didn't have a distillery and we didn't have any bourbon. On the pro side, we did have enthusiasm. We also had some good fortune. We immediately sit down at our kitchen table with our wives, design the bottle, which is from a fragrance bottle, perfume bottle. We needed a name. We truly wanted to help create a renaissance in the bourbon business. So what better example for a Renaissance man than Thomas Jefferson? So that's where the name came from. We didn't have any money to advertise our product, so it was a name we were pretty sure people would remember. Well, the next thing we needed was bourbon. So we started around the state, going to those distilleries that existed, and what we found was the warehouses were loaded with aging whiskey. Wonderful bourbon that was not being marketed. Most whiskey on the market was 4, 6, 8-year-old, but none of the big fellas was really marketing old whiskey. So Trey and I decided that would be our niche. We picked a 15-year-old bourbon, which we both thought was wonderful, named it Jefferson, and put a $50 price tag on it when you could buy any bottle of bourbon in Kentucky for $10 to $25. Well, we found a market. Not much of a market, but some. My job, I did all the backroom stuff. Because of my legal background, I could do the licensing in each state. I could help with the distribution contracts. And our sales force was Trey. It was the 2 of us. He would put his 2 or 3 bottles in his briefcase and head out. I wouldn't see him for a week or so, and he'd come back all beat up, but managed to sell a few bottles. We did have some good fortune. As we went around the state sampling bourbon, we came across a misplaced Norwegian by the name of Evans Coolsveen. Evan was trying to put his wife's family's distillery back together. It was a one-man show. And we met Evan, and he was kind enough to take Trey and I under his wing and provide an environment where we can not only start our business, but grow it and eventually make a success. Without Evan Coolsveen, there would be no Jefferson Bourbon. So wherever you are, Evan, thank you. For the first 2 or 3 years, the world headquarters of Jefferson's Bourbon was in my basement. We had no employees. Finally, after 2 or 3 years, we were able to hire somebody on a part-time basis, and the business started growing. I soon discovered that I was just getting in the way, and for the business really to grow, I needed to fade away and let Trey do his thing. And as he mentioned, probably been over 30 expressions of Jefferson introduced over the last 25 years. Why Trey didn't starve to death in those first couple of years, I have no idea. They were lean years, to be sure. But while I was involved in the day-to-day business, I discovered that there had been thousands of labels of bourbon, hundreds of distilleries that were no longer in existence. And I wondered why. Well, I tried to read everything I could possibly find, and there wasn't much to read. There were only 3 or 4 books on bourbon. But a fellow named Sam Cecil, who had been Master Distillery down at Makers, had written a book, and he talked about 50 or 60 different distilleries across the state. So that whetted my appetite, and I immediately started to try to research the subject. I traveled all over the state. I went to, I can't tell you how many courthouses, county libraries, anywhere I could think to go to find records of old distilleries, county histories. Well, a county could have had 20, 25 distilleries, but if a teacher wrote the county history, he probably didn't even mention there had been a distillery in the county. So it was really hard to dig out that information. And I've been doing that the last 25 years. I did come out with my first book, I think it was 2009. I continued to research and have come out. I just came out with my 5th edition. And while it may look like a coffee table book, don't let it fool you. There are over 2,000 distilleries. In the index, just names of distillery, there are over 4,500 names. A distillery and the labels were bought and sold almost yearly. A distillery could have had 7 or 8 different names during its lifetime in existence. So it took a little doing to sort that out. The joke was at my house, my wife would occasionally pass the study, throw a piece of meat in to keep me going while I continued to research and write. It's been a pleasure to travel the state of Kentucky to do my research. I was able to run titles when I would go to county courthouses to discover who really owned the distilleries and the history of each one. The bourbon business in Kentucky is a very incestuous business. Even though there were a great many distilleries, many of them were owned by a small group of people. Folks who owned 5 or 6 distilleries were not uncommon. Of course, you've heard the name of Beam and Danton, Samuels and Taylor, but do you know the name Schneider? They had a chain of distilleries up and down the Ohio. the Monarchs in Davies County, the Stolls in Fayette County, the Mattinglys from Marion and Jefferson County. There's a rich, rich history of folks that have just disappeared from the radar. Before Prohibition, a full 60% of the federal government's annual budget was paid for by taxes on whiskey. It was a huge, huge business. And for various reasons over the years, it dwindled down to those 8 when Trey and I got in the business. I'm delighted to tell you that at the last count, there were over 70 distilleries in Kentucky. That's growing every year. The last numbers I heard, there were 4.5 million people in Kentucky and 12 million barrels of bourbon. So it sounds like we're on the right track. I thank you. I'm humbled by this honor, and it's all the sweeter by the fact that I'm able to come in with my son. Thank you.
Hold on just 1 second here, so you can sign this for me. I'm not joking. I got my pen right here. Y'all hold on, I wasn't joking. I'm getting him to sign this for me right now.
I have a little difficulty.
That's fine. You take all the time you need. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're going to do that.
Be with this?
Yeah.
You sure?
Okay. Ready?
We're ready. You're good. Give me your book. Why don't I bring that up here? Okay. We actually, we just ran the numbers the other day, and for the first time ever in Kentucky, we have over 100 licensed distilling locations in the state of Kentucky. And that's a record that we would think dated back, Chris, you're a great historian, probably pre-Prohibition, I would say, right? So, fantastic. All right, our next inductee, let me tell you this. In February of 1990, I was at a restaurant in downtown Lexington called Rex Chapman's Threes. Did anybody ever go there? Chris Pointer's like, yeah, I know that place. My best friend introduced me to a young lady who was sipping bourbon at the bar. And I'm very proud that next week on September 21st, that young lady and I will be celebrating our 32nd wedding anniversary. So, but without our next inductee, I would have never have met the love of my life, Ellen, because as a woman, she wouldn't have been allowed to sit at the bar under Kentucky law. So now, please welcome Bill Samuels Jr., Chairman Emeritus of Maker's Mark Distillery, a 2000 industry inductee into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, and a 2017 Parker Beam Lifetime Achievement inductee, to tell us about the late Dixie Sherman Demuth of Dixie's Elbow Room and a women's rights activist, and introduce her daughter, who will join us to receive her mother's reward.
Bill Samuels Jr. is in the Bourbon Hall of Fame with his father, mother, and son, Rob Samuels, the only family to have 3 generations in the Bourbon Hall of
Wally and Lynn, thank you. This is spectacular. We have a new bar, and it's a high bar, and I'm tickled to death that this event has come so far in a mere 20 years. Dixie Sherman Demuth, born in 1917 in Samuels, Kentucky, at the old family home place. She died 102 years later after single-handedly crushing 2
antiquated and silly laws which prohibited women from sitting at a bar and being served an adult beverage. The law also prohibited women from serving said adult beverages. Her victory, handed down by the Kentucky's highest court in 1972, Dixie was proud of her accomplishment, as she should be. Dixie's give 'em hell personality was apparent at a young age. While in high school, she was expelled. The expelling teacher had just bought a new Model A Ford. Dixie proceeded to break out all the windows in that brand new Model A Ford. When questioned by the authorities, she explained, served him right. That was the end of the one-room schoolhouse in Samuels, Kentucky. From there, it was off to Nazareth Academy, where she confronted the nuns who had no more success in getting this wild child under control. From there, it was off to Louisville, where she married and remarried and remarried and remarried while working as a waitress at Riney's, one of Louisville's most famous night spots. And in the early 60s, she had rounded up enough nickels where she was able to buy and operate her own establishment and called it Dixie's Elbow Room. At the time, Kentucky laws which prohibited women from serving alcoholic beverages, and as a customer, women were prohibited from being served while sitting at the bar. This was not good for business. In late 1968, she had had enough. It was time to poke the bear. She advertised that Dixie's Elbow Room was, and I quote, a cozy atmosphere, delectable drinks, top entertainment, and congenial waitresses to serve your cocktails, all against the law. The Kentucky ABC Board was forced to respond. The Elbow Room was cited and shut down. Dixie sued, claiming the laws were unconstitutional, and was negatively surprised when the restaurant associations in Louisville and Frankfort, the state association, refused to join in the suit. She was on her own with this one. After 3.5 years, it finally reached Kentucky's highest court, where Dixie prevailed. The year was 1972, and probably one of the saddest pieces of that journey, looking back, is that after Franklin Circuit Court reversed the judgment of the Kentucky ABC Board, the ABC continued to harass Dixie's Elbow Room, and she had to go back during the appeal and get a restraining order against our Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, which she got. Kentucky had managed to distinguish itself by being one of the last states, if not the last, to repeal this obviously unconstitutional legislation. Accepting for Dixie is her daughter, Dinah Tishy, who I would like to introduce right now to say a few words about her wonderful mother and my third cousin, up and down a generation, once removed.
Everybody stands knowing that this woman helped move equal rights in Kentucky.
This one's for you, Mama. Our mama was a firecracker. My sister is out there also, my sister Suzanne. She was the one sitting at the bar the day that the beverage control people came in, having a little cocktail. Mom saw that it was wrong for women to be discriminated against, and she knew well that bartenders made twice what a cocktail waitress made, because she had been a cocktail waitress at Ronnie's downtown. I can remember her little jar of dimes, because that's about what she got tipped most evenings by most people. So I think it's very appropriate that Mom is the only female recipient today, because ladies, I see you out there, and I know you've been sitting at bars probably a lot with your husbands being in the bourbon industry. Mom didn't have an easy life, but she always rose above. She always fought for what was right. And I'm very proud to be here presenting her to you all in her honor. When she died at 102, the last song we played for her was her song, I Did It My Way. And she did, her whole life. As a matter of fact, she kind of threatened my sister and I that it better be in her obituary what she did, because it was the proudest moment of her life, other than her children, of course, which, you know, we were definitely her pride and joy. My children and their spouses are here today too. My sister's son, Mike, is here, and we all are very proud of our Gaga, because that's what we called her, was Gaga. Mom sold the bar before the law was actually put in place, but it was still her proudest moment. I have 10 grandchildren, 5 of whom are girls, and I want to make sure that my daughter and my grandchildren, who are girls, continue Mom's fight for what is right for women. We can do it. We can do it all. Thank you very much.
Another standing ovation. Dixie Sherman Demuth, Dixie's elbow room, and women's rights activist.
Thank you, Don. Now, I should probably recognize somebody real quick, because I want to point out, don't leave. I want to point out that we have one of the most progressive ABCs now in the country, and ABC Commissioner Allison Cox-Taylor is standing in the back. Wave, Allison. Thank you for your support of our industry. In fact, we have an all-female ABC right now. Is Maggie here with you? Oh, okay, all right. Y'all do tremendous work. Thank you for your support. And let me do this too, because this is something we've been working on, especially with the leadership of Jessica Pendergrass of Heaven Hill, of trying to become a more diverse, inclusive industry, and we barely scratched the surface. But all the women in the industry, please stand up so we can recognize you and say thanks. We've come a long way. We got a lot of work yet to do, but we've come a long way. And we got more work to do, right, Jess? Jess will be chair again next year, and we've only had, you're the third lady I think you had to chair the KDA board, you and Pauline and Andrea. So, all right, our next representative, well, Chris Nolan, where's Chris? There's Chris. Chris, you and Sarah, thank y'all for all your work you do. Chris Nolan and I used to joke that when our next inductee said the word Bourbonism, everyone had to drink. Then we realized that Greg Fischer was an unstoppable force in bringing bourbon back to downtown Louisville and revitalizing the city's Whiskey Row. Well, Chris and I aren't lightweights, and I'm just saying that because we're big dudes. We tend to enjoy our whiskey. But we learned pretty soon that if you drank every time Greg Fischer said Bourbonism, you were going to be overserved in no time flat. So please welcome my dear friend Karen Williams, who's currently the Senior Vice President of Partnerships and Development for the Equip Exposition. But more importantly, she's the former president of Louisville Tourism, who has done so much for promoting bourbon. to introduce Greg Fischer, former mayor of Louisville, Kentucky.
Karen Williams used to run the CVB in Louisville.
Thank you, Eric. And that may go as well with me. I may be saying Bourbonism a little bit, so if you want to take a drink of your bourbon in front of you. Well, good afternoon, and wow, what that following Dixie. You should be very proud of your mother. It is such a pleasure when I'm going to say the mayor. I know he is our past mayor, but he will always be my mayor, so I'm going to reply and refer to him as the mayor a lot here. You know, the mayor, Greg, called me before Eric called me and said, Karen, I got this call. I'm going to be an inductee. Would you be one of my guests at my table? Well, of course I said yes. I'll stop everything for that. But then about a month later, Eric called me and said, Karen, will you introduce the mayor? So it was like, you know, unbelievable. The mayor didn't know at the time. So, Mayor, it is such a pleasure to do this. You know, as I read about each of today's inductees, all of you, living legends, making bourbon what it is today in our great state, I am so proud that Greg is amongst all of you. First of all, here with the first Bourbonism. How do you get a name like the father of Bourbonism without having the passion and the commitment like Greg had, and still to this day about bourbon? Simply put, the mayor had a vision, and with others, he was on a mission with a plan. Over the next decade, this plan of Bourbonism transformed our city and continues to this day to be a huge economic engine for our city. When I came back to Louisville Tourism as a president in 2013, the mayor reached out to me and said, we're on a fast track, and I need you to do a lot. And I'm looking straight at Chris right now. He said, we're developing a food and bourbon group. And he then coined the term Bourbonism to describe and tout Louisville's unique blend of bourbon, a thriving local food scene and tourism. This new hospitality concept resulted in 10 new distillery bourbon experiences, internationally recognized culinary additions, an energized Whiskey Row, and 16 new hotels in downtown alone. When we were out selling and promoting Louisville, conventions and tour groups, bourbon was our hook. There was no other tourism destination in the country that had what we had. Forbes magazine in 2018, naming Louisville one of America's coolest city, quoting, Louisville's all about good times and good vibes with vibrant music and art and a burgeoning food of drinks scene, all characterized by notable Southern hospitality. Okay, I'm gonna say something that our governor said earlier. He's already left the room, and I'm gonna say this. He didn't make that up, our mayor said this. The mayor used to say to every group, because he welcomed every single convention that I brought to the city, Kentucky is home to 95% of the world's bourbon. The other 5% is counterfeit, and you should avoid it. He always said that, and it always brought a big laugh to the room. But by the time they left our state, they all knew it to be true. Now, let's don't forget about what's in our city this week. Bourbon and beyond, and our two friends, Danny Hayes and Danny Wimmer, here today. After several years of a very successful music festival, Louder Than Life, in 2017, the mayor, as he does to many of us, said to Danny Wimmer, we need to do something with bourbon. And Danny Wimmer said, and this is a quote I'm pulling, a first-year festival can encounter challenges, but Louisville is a pro-business city, and that, along with the staff's can-do attitude, made it easy for me to answer the mayor's call to create a signature bourbon festival. Thus was born Bourbon and Beyond, now the world's largest bourbon event. And we thank you for that, Danny and Danny. And then they stepped up again. We also knew, and many of you in this room knew, that another thing that the mayor always wanted, it just drove him crazy when he traveled, as he was, the president of Conference of Mayors. Why is it that, you go to New York and you can say the Manhattan, and why is it that you can, you have all these named drinks? Why is it, Karen, that we don't have a Louisville cocktail? Well, now you heard I have a different title. I'd already left tourism, but he grabbed me in again and said, and to the Dannies, and said, let's do it this year. And we did last year. And then last year, how special it was for the mayor as he was leaving office to have the competition on the grand Bourbon and Beyond stage with all the Kentucky bourbon brands from all over the state to have a competition for the Louisville cocktail. And I have to say, co-chairing that with Doris Sims, who is on Danny and Danny's team, who is unbelievable friend and colleague, working with all distilleries all over the state that couldn't have been better to work with, and KDA and his team, to make this come to fruition. So it was unbelievable to have that happen. And what a day to remember, and one that our father of Bourbonism deserved. Sure, Greg has had lots of people around him achieving the goals over the past 10 years. But make no mistake, it was his passion. He was intentional on bourbon. It was his drive and attitude that kept us all on track. But before I bring our honoree up, I had to reach out to his longtime staff, many that's with him today, about a few tidbits that I could include today. One, he had the largest bourbon collection of any mayor in the world, all right at Metro Hall in his official office. He never knew this, but his staff, Ellen Hassan, his chief of staff, and myself, Chris Pointer, and others always cracked open the good bottles and had a few sips on stressful days. Hopefully there weren't many stressful days, but Mayor, I'm not sure if you were aware there was some missing when you left, but that's what they did. And then another that was shared with me, but I knew this to be true and my husband did as well. It's all about the ice, he would say to Ellen Hassan, his chief of staff. You have to have your favorite bourbon. Ice, it certainly can enhance it. Not too much ice or the wrong ice, completely water down your bourbon. And lastly, and we all knew this, he had a ritual that we all knew well, Mayor's 7 bourbon tasting ritual. Pour neat into a proper bourbon glass, observe the colors, nose the bourbon, and enjoy the fragrances. Welcome a small 1/3 to 1/2 ounce bourbon swig gently into your mouth. Hold the bourbon for at least 6 seconds in your mouth, moving your head to and fro of the inner mouth and tongue until it's coated. Celebrate the savory release after swallowing the amber, and then treasure it. Embrace the warmth of Kentucky and hug your chest. And can anybody guess what the 7th step was? Repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to bring my friend and all of our friend,
Louisville's father of bourbonism, Greg Fischer.
Well, thank you, Karen. You're a great friend and a room of great friends, so thank you very much. Well, it was a really pleasant Kentucky fall day in November of 2013 when the Evan Williams Bourbon Experience opened in downtown Louisville on Main Street. The atmosphere that day was quite festive, but it had a tinge of reverence and sadness because the mastermind behind the experience, beloved Harry Shapira, had just recently passed. And there were a lot of questions on how the public would react to this first manifestation of bourbonism in Louisville, the blend of great bourbon, tourism, and food from Kentucky farmers. Well, I think it's understated to say that just like Heaven Hill's Bourbon Heritage Experience here in Bardstown, Evan Williams, like now the dozen-plus bourbon experiences in Louisville, they've been a huge hit and an answer to a dream that so many of us have had to leverage Louisville and Kentucky's globally unique bourbon assets into a world-class tourism experience that we now fondly call bourbonism, that no one else in the world can ever touch. I want to give my thanks and appreciation to Wally, Lynn, and Charlie Dant for this just outstanding venue that you have here for us, and an example of all the investment that's taken place all over our state. So here we are today, and with me feeling great honor and humility. I've had a different path into this Hall of Fame than a lot of the people here, but this is just a legendary group of inductees along with the legends that are already in the Hall of Fame. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and congratulations to my fellow inductees. I want to thank the selection committee, including legends Jimmy Russell, Max Shapira, and Bill Samuels. They have all taught us so much. It was back in the early days of bourbonism. I was sitting with them and Fred Noe, listening to them one-up each other. And I could, frankly, hardly contain my laughter. And I think I burst out laughing, and they looked at me, and perhaps inappropriately, I blurted out, "You guys are so full of BS." Jimmy looked me in the eye and deadpanned, "Mayor, in this industry, we call that folklore." Now, the bourbonism journey had somewhat of a rocky start. As a businessman who happened to become mayor, one of my campaign platforms was to build on the fairly new Kentucky Bourbon Trail and create a tourism platform around bourbon that would rival Napa Valley with Louisville as the trailhead, as visitors then flowed to Bardstown and Frankfort, Lexington, Lawrenceburg, Owensboro, and of course many others. So in my first of my 3 terms as mayor in 2013, standing behind the bar at Jason Browner's Bourbon Bistro with hundreds of beautiful bottles of aged Kentucky bourbon, I used the massive powers I had of unquestioned proclamations and executive orders and stated that Louisville would become the world's best culinary and spirit city with a bold mission to, quote, develop a plan to promote Louisville as the best culinary and beverage city in the world, thereby attracting national and international travelers to enjoy our globally acclaimed food scene and to become a gateway to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. Now, if there's one thing you learn in the bourbon industry, think big and never, never let the facts get in the way of a big story. There's so many people to thank that created and brought our bourbon and food plan to life. My then communications director, Chris Pointer, who facilitated the plan and is now the public relations and partnership manager for the great Brown-Forman brands, Woodford Reserve and Old Forester, which was my dad's go-to bourbon for all of his many highballs. Eric Gregory, who helped us fine-tune the politics of the bourbon industry and really showed then and shows today the power of an industry association that shines with cooperation while competing vigorously in the marketplace. Rick Robinson was KDA's chairman at the time and helped us gently pull in some of the tourism leaders who, shall I say, were a bit too territorial on who owned bourbon tourism. The fact is, we all own that. Karen Williams then came along and led the Louisville Convention and Tourism Bureau and is a force that embraced and formed the Louisville bourbon experience, along with Cleo Battle, the current CEO, and the late Mike Howerton. Kathy Carey, Ed Lee, Anthony Lamas, and Stephen Riley led the culinary charge with local food from our great Kentucky farmers. And I want to give a hat tip to Dave Danielson here, who runs all the culinary at the Legacy and all these properties, for his tremendous accomplishments over the years, and all the wait staff that are helping us here today in the kitchen as well. Thank you, Dave. Bill Samuels was part of our bourbon and local food group, work group. And just, Bill, you're irreplaceable with your history and your perspective that added a spark and inspiration to each phase of our work groups. Thank you. And later, many others came along to help us realize our 5-year plan in 3 years. I've never met a 5-year plan in 3 years, but there was just so much momentum behind the Bourbon and Work Food Group. Chris Nolan, Mary Ellen Wiederwall, with their wise and steady counsel, my wonderful wife, Alexandra Gerasimides, my brother Mark, who's here with us from Utah, has always been a rock of support. The amazing team of Danny Wimmer Presents, Danny Wimmer and Danny Hayes, who worked with my deputy mayor, Alan Hessen, Jeff Mosley, Marty Storch, and me to create what is now recognized as one of the top music, spirits, and food festivals in the world, Bourbon and Beyond. Bourbon and Beyond starts tomorrow. It runs through Sunday in Louisville and will draw 150,000 attendees from all 50 states and over a dozen countries, many of whom will travel the Kentucky Bourbon Trail next week. I want to thank Chris Morris for his wise counsel and leadership over the years. I want to thank the Whiskey Row team. If you remember the history of Whiskey Row, it was really the first big challenge, Ellen, that we had in our office. The wrecking ball was coming in to knock down Whiskey Row on Main Street. Well, along with many people, including the Whiskey Row team, we saved the buildings from the wrecking ball and later a threatening inferno. Thank Joe Magliocco, a fellow inductee, who taught us persistence, Joe, with the purchase of your beautiful Fort Nelson building on Main Street in Louisville. Fred Minnick and his entrepreneurial ascot, who broadened the reach of bourbon to the world and brought the world to Kentucky. Judge Watts and Mayor Bill Shekels, as we worked together, realizing that a rising tide lifts all boats. Didn't start that way, though. Mayor Shekels did admonish me for calling Louisville the bourbon capital of the world in my enthusiastic outburst at the Evan Williams opening experience in 2013. I don't know if you know how it feels like when your phone starts buzzing really fast and like I'm giving a speech, I'm turning this thing off and my phone's overheating and what is going on? Yes, what is it? Mayor Shekels, he says, who the hell do you think you are calling Louisville the bourbon capital of the world? Bardstown is the bourbon capital of the world. And if anything, the bourbon industry knows the importance of trademarks. Well, I said, Bill, how about if we call ourselves the bourbon epicenter of the world? He said, well, that'd be fine. So truce quickly arrived. I want to thank Sean and Lisa Higgins and their visionary work with Mint Julep Tours as they pioneered so many aspects of bourbonism before we even called it that. Thank you to Dee Ford and Gigi Dadan from Angel's Envy for nominating me for this award. Angel's Envy, under the Henderson family, expertly, adaptively reused a really decrepit warehouse on Main Street that now represents the bourbon industry handsomely and proudly as passers-by view it or stop and visit from Interstate 65. So in closing, I apologize. I'm sure I left many people out, but you can tell there were many people on this journey. I just happened to be the mayor at the time. Last, we know that there's more work to do. The competition, we're not a secret anymore. The competition sees what we're doing, they're envious, and they're a little mad as well. But in my view, the future is really, really bright. I think we are still in the very early days of bourbonism. If on a scale of 1 to 10, I think we're at a 3. We're mainly regional tourists, some California, some New York, but we have definitely not nearly penetrated this country, and global tourism is just a tad of what you're seeing coming to the Bourbon Trail. The reason why we are going to continue to be successful is that all of the investments that you all have made in the people we have are 5-star experiences and 5-star people. And quality always sells. People leave Kentucky and they go back to their homes raging fans. So you all are incredible. You make it happen. I want to thank you for allowing me and my team to be part of Kentucky's bourbon, its past, its present, and its future. God bless you all.
And for the finals induction, it'll be
Thank you.
Dean Watts, former Nelson
Thank you,
County
Karen.
Judge Executive.
Okay, we have our next and final recipient now, the longest serving judge executive in Nelson County history, who I think probably holds another record for attending more bourbon groundbreakings in the last 30 years than anybody else in the state of Kentucky. So on behalf of Judge Executive Watts, we have a brief video message from our friend Max Shapira, 2018 Parker Beam Lifetime Achievement inductee into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame and Executive Chairman of Heaven Hill Brands.
Hello, Dean. I wanted to take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey we've shared throughout the years. Our connection goes back to the early days of your career when you managed the Bardstown location of our retail operations. From the very beginning, it was clear that you were a people-oriented person, always striving to please, solve problems, and seize upon opportunities. Fast forward to 1993, when your path took a remarkable turn when you stepped into the role of Judge Executive of Nelson County. This position, critical to the community, remained in your capable hands until your well-deserved retirement a little over a year ago in July of 2022. We recognize the countless hours you have devoted to that role, to the community and to its residents, and notably your tireless efforts in championing Kentucky bourbon whiskey. Over the course of almost 3 decades as Judge Executive, your accomplishments are truly awe-inspiring. Under your stewardship, you cultivated a diverse and thriving economic environment that enabled not only the county's prosperity, but also the entire bourbon whiskey industry. Whether identifying suitable land for operations, facilitating the utilization of industrial revenue bonds, or serving as an ambassador for the industry at large, your tireless efforts were evident. And let's acknowledge your unwavering dedication to establishing Bardstown and Nelson County as the bourbon capital of the world and the most beautiful town in America. Achievements that welcome over 2 million visitors to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail every year. Your leadership and strategic insight undoubtedly led to significant growth in the budget, tax base, and overall prosperity of the community. In fact, the cumulative investment in the county through numerous growth projects has been in the billions of dollars over the course of your tenure. This also meant supporting the economic base with the creation of thousands of jobs as well. That's an impressive legacy by any measure. Your foresight was truly remarkable. Recognizing the potential of Nelson County as a global hub for the bourbon industry, you laid the groundwork for its eventual success. You navigated the early challenges with determination, ensuring that the infrastructure and economic foundation were in place from the earliest beginning of the bourbon renaissance and the subsequent incredible expansion that has since followed. Through your persistence and leadership, you fostered a collaborative partnership between the county and our iconic industry, resulting in an economic development model that's celebrated not only statewide, but around the globe. The proliferation of distilleries, the aging barrels, the influx of new players, and the construction of warehouses are all testaments to your unwavering dedication. However, your impact extends far beyond the economic sphere. Under your guidance, Nelson County has evolved into an exceptional place to raise a family, offering top-tier education and a nurturing environment. Dean, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your incredible contributions. You stand as a shining example of leadership and vision, a true hero in the history of the bourbon industry's growth. Thank you for your tireless efforts in making Nelson County a shining example of how economic development can transform an entire community. Your legacy is one that will be revered and cherished for generations to come. And finally, for all of your outstanding efforts to make the industry great over so many years, I now welcome you as our latest member of the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Well, as you can see, Max couldn't be here today, but we're very fortunate to have Tom Blinko, 2013 inductee into the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, and the president of Busick Construction, to introduce Dean Watts, former judge executive of Nelson County.
Okay. I was going to plan a speech and everything for Dean, but everybody's probably wanting to go. And it's hard to beat Max. He's a hard one to follow. So just to give one example of what Dean has done for our community, I'll tell you about our Heaven Hill project, which is a $150 million project distillery that almost didn't happen in Nelson County. When we went to the engineers at Bardstown and we told them the services that we needed, they almost fell over. We didn't have enough water. When we were going to do 10 million proof gallons and going to 20 million in probably another year and a half, with the capability of going to 30. They didn't even have enough for 10. So, who do we go to? Dean. Dean is a do guy, not he can't. And he worked his magic, got the monies from the government, state, and a lot of talking with Max to keep it in Bardstown, because we were under directives to look at different counties, different cities to go to, and I really hated for Nelson County to lose it. And the main person who kept it in Bardstown and in Nelson County is Dean Watts. And Dean, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Bourbon Hall of Fame.
As Dean takes his route to the podium, standing ovation all around. Half this room has worked with him.
Dang, Max, when I actually had the opportunity to work with Max's dad and two of Max's uncles. His dad was Ed, Uncle George, Max called him, I still call him his Uncle George, and then Dave. So I had a regular daily phone call from Uncle George, what were the receipts at the store today? Yeah, you'd work tirelessly during Christmas and have a massive day of sales. And during the Christmas times, we would order fruitcakes. Back in the day, the Louisville stores were a dry goods store. And we ordered, Uncle George, he would order little fruitcakes about that size, about 79, 89 cents back in the day. I'm going back in the 70s now, early 80s. And the first thing out of his mouth during the Christmas time, it wasn't what your sales were, but how many fruitcakes did you sell? It was just a little game that he played, but it was such a great experience having those three guys influence my life the way they did. And then, of course, it transformed into, I guess, almost a 30-year career as judge executive. First, I want to thank Max and his team at Heaven Hill for the nomination, and thank the Kentucky Distillers Association for the selection. I have with me today my wife, Katie, my daughter, Madeline. But today, my other guests are county magistrates and former magistrates that helped me grow the bourbon industry. I'd like to recognize those folks with it. Keith Metcalf is here today, Gary Coulter, Jeff Lear, Eric Shelburne, and Bernard Ice could not be here today. And Nikki Rapier is here today. Nikki filled in the last 6 months as judge executive while I took care of my health. But we were a team, and it takes a team to make these things happen. Mayor Fischer will testify that it's good to have backing when you bring something to the table. Major expansions at Jim Beam, Barton, Heaven Hill, coupled with the startups of Lux Row, Preservation Distillery, Log Still, and Barstem Bourbon Company made my tenure as judge executive so much fun. Elected officials do well to remember that setting the table for economic development should be their #1 priority. The creation and retention of jobs must be taken seriously, whether it's 1 job or 100 jobs. Our bourbon distillers provide good paying jobs with excellent benefits. Let's not forget the many, many supporting jobs in the industry. Equally as important is the bar that the bourbon industry has set for our rural communities, the bar of the pay and the benefits that other industries and companies have to get close to or match. That's a hidden part of the bourbon industry that a lot of people don't think about. My commitment to the bourbon industry as judge executive goes back to the 1990s, middle to probably the middle. I've been in office about 3 or 4 years. Our local bourbon festival, which was still in its formation years, found itself about $140,000 in the hole at the end of the year. And in today's money, that would be about $280,000. So, and no viable way to pay that bill. So I contacted Mayor Bill Brown at the time of the city of Bardstown, and after some convincing, the city and county put the money up to pay the remaining bills. Then we united the Bourbon Festival and the Bardstown Nelson County Tourism to work together in harmony going forward. That took replacing board appointees that resisted the big picture. Some final thoughts for all that are passionate for the bourbon industry. Remember, quality over quantity. And when I was speaking to the bourbon industry with our other judge executives, and they were becoming a little jealous of Nelson County, I'd go to the meetings and they'd talk about, how are you doing all that over there? And I would always say, when speaking about the Kentucky bourbon industry, I would make this comparison. There are many great singers in the world, but only a handful of great performers. Likewise, there are many great whiskeys in the world, but only the Kentucky bourbon are the great performers. Thank you all.
So this is wrapping it up here. I believe we're going to be doing the final toast.
All right, a couple of reminders here real quick. If you're a member of the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame, please stick around afterwards and come up to the stage so we can get a group photo. And Judge, we need to recognize a couple of other people here, I think, today. Kim Houston, where's Kim? Executive Director of the Economic Development Authority here. Kim, thank you so much for everything you do for our industry and for Bardstown. Appreciate it. Let's give Kim a hand for everything she does. I saw David Mandel, and I believe Randy. Is Randy here with you? David Mandel, Chairman of the Kentucky Bourbon Festival, which runs this weekend. Are tickets still available? You guys have like sold out every year, right? Sold out. All right. But thank you, David, for everything, the festival and everything you do. It wouldn't be the Hall of Fame without the Kentucky Bourbon Festival, so thank you very much. Yes, thank you. And we're sad that Judge Hudgens couldn't have been here with us today. Many of y'all know he's going through some health issues, but we wish him the best and a speedy recovery and hope he gets feeling better soon. All right, so it wouldn't be Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame without some whiskey. Has everybody got a glass? All right. Okay, to properly celebrate the class of 2023, please join me in welcoming Samantha Bradley Brady, Executive Director of the Bardstown Nelson County Tourism Commission, to the stage to lead us in our signature toast this year from the Bardstown Collection.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Nelson County. It's been a long time that we've had this tradition of kind of kicking off the Bourbon Festival with this great event to recognize all of you in the industry. And we're so glad that you're here to celebrate with us in this beautiful space at the Legacy. A lot of times I bring my international guests here, and I love that because this is quintessential Kentucky. If you look out this window, that's the rolling hills, you've got the rick houses, and you can smell the bourbon in the air. There is nothing like that in the world than these places in the state of Kentucky. So I want to thank the KDA for choosing to having it here, to have the event at the Legacy. And in honor of your all's visit to Bardstown today, we collected and gathered a very allocated collection for our toast today. This is a one-of-a-kind bourbon series that celebrates Bardstown's bourbon heritage. The Bardstown Collection is a true testament to the collaboration and camaraderie within the industry. So you either got one of these 6 bourbons in your glass from the Bardstown Bourbon Company, Preservation Distillery, James B. Beam, Lex Road Distillers, Heaven Hill, and Log Still. We have an official toast for Bardstown, and we made them sit around a table and come up with an official Bardstown toast. And they did that. I think they were having trouble coming up with it, and I actually think that they called Fred Mimick on the phone, and I actually think he gave them the toast. But they still had one. And so this year, though, we thought in honor of this great occasion, and all of us here from all over the state of Kentucky, we would do a special toast for you. Please raise your glass. Here's to the years you stayed the course, where heritage and culture led your voice. Our bourbon trailblazers that led the way through ups and downs, and sometimes a little sideways. The story called Bourbon is still in the making. Embracing the future calls for a little partaking. We will never forget your blood, sweat, and tears, for the beauty called bourbon bonds us together for years. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. This has been the Kentucky Bourbon Hall of Fame induction. I will have notes up later and details, so you don't have to watch all 5.5 hours if you want to catch a speech. Cheers, you all. Vodka sucks.
Thank you, Samantha. I think I got Heaven Hill. That was extraordinary. Okay, so that is going to bring the end to today's. Isn't this a great event, y'all? Come on, seriously. You can see why it's my favorite day. And thanks again to Wally and Lynn and Charlie and their terrific team here. Let's give another hand of applause to them and Log Still for hosting us. So to all of our Hall of Fame members, including our new inductees, make sure you please stick around for the group photo. To all of the guests, you can make your way to the Breezeway. The inductees will meet you there in a few minutes. And the mansion at Log Still Distillery is open for guests to experience, which is directly behind the Legacy. And I think people can take tours of Log Still today if you want to. So thank you to everybody. Happy Bourbon Heritage Month. Please make sure you celebrate responsibly. Do not drink and drive. And we'll see you all next year. Thank you so much.